Hello everyone and welcome you all. So in this particular video we are going to learn about PySpark. As we all know, PySpark is one of the most important skill from a data engineer perspective. So what we had done in this particular video, we are going to cover PySpark from a basic to the advanced level. So if you are preparing for a data engineer role, you can refer this particular video for the PySpark practice. So in this particular video, we are going to use a Databricks also. So you are going to learn about the PySpark as well as a Databricks. So how actually we have structured this particular course. First, we are starting with a basic of the PySpark, like what is the PySpark, how the Spark architecture work. We will learn about the basic of RDD. We will learn about the basic of the Spark, like how DAG and the lazy evaluation work. And then we will try to do a Databricks setup and we'll try to learn each and every topic with the practically. So we will learn about the data frame. We will learn about how actually you can create a data frame using a JSON CSV file. We will learn about the different function like select function, withColumn function, filter function, drop function, group by, joining, union, collect. There are multiple functions which is available in a PySpark. Everything we are going to cover. And after that we will learn about the structType, pivot, unpivot, UDF function in a PySpark. We will learn about how actually we can create a temporary view in a PySpark. We learn about the Windows function. We learn about the date function, partitionBy, cache and persist. And after that, most important thing, we are going to cover the interview question also. And at the last, we have also covered the two projects that are also we are going to cover in this particular video. So definitely you are going to enjoy this particular video. So let's start. Only one thing what you have to do, only one prerequisite is like you had to create a Databricks community edition. So Databricks, we get a free community edition. In that Databricks community edition, you had to create your account and you had to do a practice. So whatever the practical we are doing, right? So you can create a Databricks free community edition and there you can do all the practice whatever we are learning. So that is only the prerequisite. Now let's start our PySpark tutorial. In this particular first video, we are going to see what is Spark and then we will move further. So what is Spark? Spark is nothing but it is a general purpose in memory computation engine. Now let us try to understand what is general purpose, what is in memory and what is computation. Okay, one by one. When we are saying a general purpose, right, what is general purpose? So general purpose means what actually was happening before coming to the Spark, right? Whenever you had to perform any kind of the operation, suppose you had to perform a data cleaning, for that you were having a separate tool, pig. This is one of the tool was available. Suppose you had to write any kind of the query, so for that what actually we were using a hive. Suppose you had to use any kind of the ML operation, then what actually you will do, you will use a Mahot, that is one of the another library. Similarly, for any kind of the operation there were multiple tools was available, but when the Spark came into the picture, right, with the help of the Spark, each and everything, every operation we can perform or do in a Spark itself. So each and every operation whatever is required to do, we can do in a Spark itself. For taking example, suppose you want to perform a data cleaning, you can do in a Spark itself. If you have to write any kind of the code, you can use a Spark SQL. If you have to perform any kind of the machine learning application, for that also you can use a Spark ML lib. So for each and everything you do not have to depend on the any kind of the tool. In a Spark itself you can perform all the kind of the operation. That's why we call it as a general purpose. Now let us try to understand the next thing, computation. What is computation means? Computation means what actually was happening when we'll try to compare with the Hadoop. Most of the time people try to compare with the Hadoop versus Spark, but we do not have to do the comparison between the Hadoop versus Spark. Hadoop provide three components. If you'll see, Hadoop provide three components. First is the HDFS, that is for the storage, and the second is the resource manager, and the third is the map reduce. So this map reduce in a Hadoop we were using a
for the computation. If you have to execute or if you have to process it for the computation, we were using the MapReduce in the case of the Hadoop. But when we say Spark is a general purpose in memory computation engine, right? So we do not have to compare the Spark with the Hadoop. We have to compare with the Spark with the MapReduce, because Spark is mainly used for the computation only. So that is the thing we have to remember. Spark we generally use for the computation, not for the other purpose. So that is the thing. Even you can use a Spark with the HDFS, you can use a Spark with the other resource manager. So that is kind of the thing we have to remember. Even if you want to use Spark with HDFS, you can use that. If you want to use any other storage service, suppose Amazon S3, that also you can use it. Any kind of the storage you can use that. But for the computation, we generally use a Spark. That is the thing we have to remember, and that is mean by the computation. Now the third thing is like in memory. Now let us try to understand what is in memory. In memory is nothing but it is a RAM. You have to understand by the RAM. For taking example, Spark does all computation in memory. That is nothing but a RAM only, and that's why Spark is faster than MapReduce, and this is what people say. Now let us try to understand how Spark is faster than the MapReduce and how actually the process actually happens. So first let us try to understand with the MapReduce. For taking example, in the case of the MapReduce, how actually was happening, suppose you have a data that is available in a HDFS. Suppose this is a HDFS location, and suppose this is your multiple MapReduce task is available, and how actually the computation happen, let us try to understand. So this is the HDFS location where the file is available, and this is the multiple MapReduce task is available, MR1, MR2 and all. Now in the case of the MapReduce, how the process happens, first it will try to take an input from the HDFS. That is the one time of a input task. Once it will process, again it will write into the HDFS. In the same case of the MapReduce 2 task, again it will take an input, again it will write. So multiple time input and output happens in the case of the MapReduce, and input and output multiple time when you are hitting the disk, right? And that is a very slow process. So that's why it is a slow. As now let us try to understand in the case of the Spark how actually it happens. In the case of the Spark, how actually it happens, suppose you have a multiple job, multiple tasks. So what actually will happen, first time it will take an input, it will do a computation and it will write into the memory only. Second time again it will not hit the HDFS. From in memory, whatever the output, right, again you have to process, again it will take it from the second job only. Suppose this is the V1. After doing the process, it will not write to the HDFS. What actually it will do, it will write into the in memory only, and again it will try to process. Once it will complete all the operation, then only it will try to write it to the HDFS location. Only 2 times input output disk operation happens in the case of the Spark, but in the case of the MapReduce, multiple time we hit into the disk. That's why it is slow. I hope you got it. That's why Spark is faster than the MapReduce. So that is the thing you have to remember. So what is Spark? Spark is nothing but it is a general purpose in memory computation engine, you have to remember. And we have discussed about what is a general purpose in memory computation and all. I hope you got.
Now let's try to discuss about the benefits of the Apache Spark. So there are many benefits we get in Apache Spark as compared to the MapReduce. The first one is the fast. It is faster than the MapReduce, 100 times faster than the MapReduce, because it try to process our data in a in-memory. That's why it is a faster. In the case of the MapReduce, because the multiple input and output operation is required, that's why it was slow. But in the case of the Spark, in memory only we try to process our data, that's why it is a faster. Because of the in-memory caching optimized query execution, Spark can run fast analytics query against the data of any size. So that is the benefits of the Apache Spark. It is faster than the MapReduce. The second benefits we get is developer friendly. In Apache Spark, generally it supports a multiple API like the Java, Scala, R and Python,
and the multiple language it supports. And this API actually makes our life easy for any developer. It's try to make our life easy. We did not have to worry about the complexity of the distributing processing behind. We only can write any kind of the Python, Java, Scala, R, and we can use the library of that. That's why it makes the developer friendly. So that is the another benefits we get. Now third is the multiple workload. Apache Spark comes with the ability to run multiple workload, include interactive query, real-time analytics, machine learning, graph processing, and one application can combine multiple workloads seamlessly. So that is the third benefit. So it is a faster, it is a developer friendly, it support the multiple workload. These are the benefits of the Apache Spark. So I hope you got the idea, and that's it in this video. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the Spark architecture. It is a very much important from an interview perspective, so you should know about the whole Spark architecture, how actually it works. That actually we are going to discuss in this particular video. So let us start with the Spark first. What is Spark? So in previous video also we have understand what is Spark. It is a general purpose in-memory computation engine. So generally Spark we use for the computation only, for the processing a large amount of the data set, for the big data set, and for the big data solution, and for the analytical purpose we use Spark. So in nutshell, if I can say, if you have a large amount of the data set, and that data set if you have to process, then you can use a Spark for that. So Spark generally we use for the computation purpose, for the processing purpose, that already we have discussed in the last video. Now let's understand the Spark architecture. So Spark architecture generally works on the master slave kind of the architecture in a distributed manner. So let's understand first with the example how this distributed framework works, and then we'll come to this architecture part. So let's understand how distributed framework works, and then we'll come to the Spark architecture. Suppose I'm working in one of the organization. In that organization, I got one requirement from my project manager, and he wants like 10 Tableau dashboard needs to be built. So what actually the project manager is telling, he wants a 10 Tableau dashboard which we have to build. Now if I will assign any one employee to build a 10 dashboard, that one employee takes 5 days to build one dashboard. So to build a one dashboard it takes a 5 days. Now how many dashboard we have to build? We have to build total 10 Tableau dashboard, then it will take up 50 days of the time, days of time to build a 10 W dashboard. But my project manager wants it to be completed fast. So what I will do, instead of assigning one employee to build a dashboard, I will try to assign a multiple employee. So what actually I am doing, my manager, what he is telling, like we'll assign a multiple employee to build a Tableau dashboard. So instead of doing by one employee, what actually he is doing, he is assigning a work among the employees. Like we have a total 5 employees, so all the 5 employees are working on the building a dashboard. Now in this case what will happen, my work will get finished faster as compared to if only one employee will work to build a 10 W dashboard, it will take 50 days of time. But total we have a 5 employee, right? Now in 5 employee, if they will try to build a dashboard, it will take only the 10 days of the time. That is the hypothetical we are saying. So in this case what actually happening, multiple people are working to finish the same work. In this case in a less time only we are able to finish that work. So that is the advantage we get in a distributed framework. In a similar way, what actually happen in a distributed framework, suppose you have a larger data set. Now this larger data set, if you have to process, if you will try to process in a single machine, it will take a huge time. But if what actually we do, we try to divide this data set into chunks, and we try to process this whole data into the through a multiple machine. If we try to process this whole data through a multiple machine, what actually happen, within a less time, in a less time only it try to process whole data. So that is the advantage we get in a distributed framework. So instead of using one machine, we use a multiple machine to process a larger data sets. That's kind of the advantage we get in a Spark. So now let's start to understand how Spark architecture works. So Spark architecture also work in the similar pattern. It also follow the master slave kind of the architecture. So let us first understand. Coming to the Spark architecture, so it generally follow the master slave architecture, in which case you will be having one master node and the multiple worker nodes. So that kind of the architecture generally you will get to see. it works on the concept of a cluster. What is cluster means? So cluster, generally you will see this term a lot, right? So cluster is nothing but it is a group of machine that work together to process and analyze the data. Now bottom you can see, suppose this is my one machine, this is another machine, like that I have a multiple machines are available. If that are working together to process and analyze the data, that actually we call it as a cluster. You can see here I have a nine machine clusters are available, like total 9 machines are available, and that actually the group of machine, actually I will call it as a cluster. So Spark distribute the data and the computation across the multiple nodes in a cluster, allowing for a parallel processing and the faster data processing. Suppose you have a larger data set, and that larger data set if you have to process, so what actually you will do, you will try to divide this data into a multiple chunks into the multiple machine, and that actually you will try to process, that actually allow a parallel processing and the faster data processing. One of the node act as a master and the rest act as a worker nodes. Let's see how. So in a right side you can see, right, we have a one of the master node and we have another worker nodes. So let's see how actually this all the thing works. Let's take an example. Suppose in my case I have a 10 node cluster. When I'm saying a 10 node cluster means I have a total 10 machine. You can see here, right, I have one machine, like that I have a 10 machines available, 10 node cluster available. In each machine 64 GB RAM is available and 16 core each is available in each machine. So that is what I have a total configuration for my cluster. So if you will see, total I have a 64 GB RAM available and 160 core available. Now whenever user submit a application, right, so suppose we have a large amount of the data set. Now this data set, if you have to process, what actually you will write one code, PySpark code or Spark code. With that with the help of the Spark code only, you will try to process a this larger data set, right? So we have a Spark submit command. In this Spark submit command we mention the 5 executors, 16 core, like that, right? So once you will submit this Spark application, right, once you will mention this, in this case what will happen, one node will behave as a master node. So from this 10 node cluster, one node will behave as a master node. You can see this is will be my master node, and you will also mention like how many executor require. So the other 5 executor also will try to allocate from this all the 10 node cluster. So you can see in the worker node, right, here we have one executor, similarly I have one worker node, another executor, so we need a 5 executor. So total we will be having a 5 executor we will try to allocate. And now each will be having a 64 GB RAM and it will be having a 16 core CPU. So how actually we'll get to know like on which particular machine this all the information is available, like 16 core is available, 64 GB is available, which particular machine is available and which machine is free as of now. So that actually information we get through a cluster manager. So whenever user submit a application, one node will behave as a master node. On top of that, resource manager, cluster manager will install. This cluster manager will be having information like on which particular worker node the resources are available. Based on that, actually try to divide the data. It will give information to the driver node. Driver node will divide the task into a multiple worker node, and worker node will try to process our data and it will send back the result to the driver node. So that is how the whole processing works. So let's try to understand. So it's very simple process in architecture wise. So you will be having a one master node and you will be having a multiple worker node. In a worker node only will job execution will happen and the process will happen. So as soon as the user, this is the user who has written a code to process a large amount of data, right? So this PySpark code, whatever the code you have written, right, this is nothing but it will behave as a driver program for you. If you are using a Spark cell, that also will behave a driver program for you. So what actually it will do, it will first call the main method of your PySpark application. As soon as call the main method, it will create a Spark context. What is this Spark context? Spark context is nothing but it is an entry point for all your Spark application. In a database connection also, if you are using a SQL, if you want to run any command, first it will go through a database connection, right? Similarly in a Spark also, if you run anything, it will first go through a Spark context. So it is a nothing but it is an entry point for the Spark application. Now this driver node, what actually it try to do, it will try to convert your code into a multiple jobs. It will try to convert your code into a multiple jobs, and this job actually it has to send it to the worker node. Now which particular node it has to send, where actually my process can be happen, that all the information who actually takes care, it takes care by the cluster manager. Cluster manager will be having information like on which particular node the resources are available and where the process can be happened, and that information actually it go gives to the driver node. Now this driver node actually this all the jobs send it to the worker node. Now in a worker node, with the help of the executor, the multiple tasks got created and it actually try to process your data and it send back result to the master driver node. So that is how the simple process happen. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the RDD. RDD is a very much important topic from my interview perspective and also from my Spark basic perspective. RDD is a basic fundamental data structure of a Spark. Whatever the data frame data set we use, right, that has been built on top of the RDD only. So definitely you should know about the RDD and how actually it works, how in the backend all the process happen, that definitely you should know. So that actually we are going to discuss in this particular video. So RDD stands for the resilient distributed data set. So let's understand what is distributed means, what is data set means, what is a resilient means. So we know, right, suppose you have given a large data and that data you have to process. So this data is nothing but it will represent the data sets. So whatever the data we say, right, that is nothing but a data set for me. Distributed means, so if it is a large data, then if you have to process, then what actually we'll do, with the help of the multiple machine, multiple worker node, we try to process this data in memory only. So data actually will get processed across multiple machine. That's why we call it as a distributed. So resilient means fault tolerance, it handles the failure very efficiently. That's why we call it as a resilient also. The full form of RDD is a resilient distributed data set, data which is across the machine, which is getting processed in memory, and which is a resilient also means which is handling a failure very efficiently. That's why we call it as a resilient distributed data sets. Let's take an example and let's see how in the backend this whole the process works. So suppose you have given a file. Suppose you have a one HDFS file. In HDFS location you have given one file. Suppose you have a 500 MB of the file is available. So we know, right, in HDFS the file generally gets stored into the block. So block is nothing but a disk. So in disk only the file will get stored in the case of the HDFS. So this is also disk, this also disk, so this is also the disk. Here our data is available, 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 500 MB of the data is available. And here we have RAM, here we have RAM, here we have a RAM. Now let's see in RDD how actually we call. So first thing will be like, if you first you have to read the data which you have to process, right? So for that what we will do, we'll try to write one command RDD1 and we'll try to load a file from my HDFS location. So what we'll do, we'll create a RDD1. In this RDD1 we'll try to load a file from my HDFS location. Now after that, suppose I have to filter only the even record. So what I will do, right, I will write certain filter condition. So with the help of the filter condition I am creating RDD2, and after that I want to see, so finally I am calling the action. Finally I am calling the action. So generally in RDD you will see two type of operation, one is the transformation and second is the action. So this load file from HDFS location, filter, these are nothing but a transformation. And what is action? Collect is a action. So and we also have a multiple actions available, that also we'll discuss later. But as of now you have to understand two type of operation generally you will see in a RDD. One is the transformation and action. Now let's see. So whenever RDD1, this is a transformation. So whenever you are saying a load file from HDFS, in this case, do you think like the file will come to the RAM and it will try to load the file into the memory? No, nothing will happen. In the case of the transformation, nothing will happen unless you will call the action. The whole process will not get started. So that is how actually it works in the RDD. So whenever I am saying load file from HDFS, the data will be available here only, it will not come to the RAM. Whenever I am saying filter, in this case the filter operation will not happen, the data will be available in a disk only. Whenever I am saying RDD3.collect, I am calling a action. In this case what will happen, the data will come to the RAM part and here only the process will start and will get the output. So how the process will start? First it will try to load a file from HDFS, it will try to perform a filter operation, and finally it will show me the results. So that is how actually it will happen. So how actually it will know, like first we have to load the file, then we have to apply a filter, and then finally we have to show the result. Because whenever you write any kind of the transformation, it try to create one graph for you. whenever you say any, whenever you call any transformation, in this case execution will not happen, but one graph generally got created. So this graph will represent like we have to load a file from a hdfs and then filter, right? This is another transformation. For that also it will create one graph for you, like we have to perform a filter operation, and finally you are calling an action, right? In this case what will happen, the whole process will start. First load will happen, then filter will happen, and finally we have to show the result. So that is how the process actually happens. Let's understand it better. So let's take an example. Suppose 500 MB of the file is available. In this case it is available into a multiple blocks. So we know, right, in a hdfs location the file generally gets stored into the block only, but in a spark it try to process the data in memory. So what will be the step for you to process it? What we will do, first we will try to load a file from a hdfs location. So what I will write, I will create one, rdd1. I will try to load from a hdfs location. So for that I will create a sc.text file and I will pass the location. In this case rdd1 will get created, but this is a transformation. So in this case what will happen, only one graph will be created. The data will not load into the memory. That you have to understand, because this is a transformation. Now after that we have to suppose perform a filter operation. So in this case what will happen, because this also is a transformation, in this case also filter operation will not happen. It will just create a graph for you, and finally we have to show the result. Then we are calling a action. So in this case what will happen, the whole process will start. First it will try to load the file, then it will try to filter it, and finally it will show me the result. Means data will come whenever we will call a action, the data will come to the memory and it will start processing the data one by one with the help of this graph. So this graph is representing the DAG. This will be having all the information, like what are the transformation we have to follow one by one. So this will represent all the execution plan for you. So whenever you will be having any transformation, it will just create a graph for you. Unless you will call action, the process will not start. That you have to remember. That's how actually it happens in the case of the RDD. Now how actually it is resilient and how actually it is handling the failure part, that we have to understand. So suppose you have created a multiple transformation, RDD1, then the RDD2, another transformation happening. Suppose RDD3, another transformation happening. RDD4, another transformation is happening, and finally you are calling a action. RDD5, finally you are calling a action you are calling. When you will call the action, the whole process will get started, right? Now in the, suppose this RDD2 got failed for any reason, RDD2 got failed. So how actually it handle the failure? So if it is getting failed into the RDD, it will take a reference from a parent RDD1 in the, so it will be having information RDD1. Again it will start the process, again it will create RDD2, RDD3. Suppose RDD3 got failed, so it will take a reference from RDD2, again it will start the process. So that's how actually it handle the failure part very efficiently. So that's why we call it as a resilience. So I hope you got to know like how the process actually happens in the case of the RDD. We'll also understand what is a DAG in an upcoming lecture, but I hope you got the backend idea like how the things happen in the RDD. Hello everyone, so we will continue over the Spark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to learn about the DAG and the lazy evaluation. And this is one of the most important interview question also. Generally they ask about the DAG and the lazy evaluation. So let us try to understand. So let us start with the DAG. DAG means direct acyclic graph. What is DAG? DAG means direct acyclic graph. So let us try to understand with the example. Suppose I have one of the requirement. What is my requirement is like my file is available in HDFS location. HDFS location. So what I have to do, first I have to read that file, and that is a employee file. Now my second requirement is like I have to filter a data. Filter data, attendance is greater than 70%. This is the second thing I have to do, and third thing is like I have to count that. I have to count the number of the employee whose attendance is greater than 70%. So this is the requirement I have. So in a Spark, what I will do, I will write a code. What I will do, I will write a code. How actually we can write a code? First I will try to create a RDD. First I will try to read the file. How actually we can read the file? sc.text file, and with that particular location I will pass. We will do a practical and we will try to understand more about the coding, but as of now just try to understand. So what I will do, first I will create RDD. I will try to load the file. I will create another RDD. and what I will do, I'll create a filter, and in filter I will pass greater than 70. As of now, I'm just writing a pseudocode. And third requirement is like I have to count it. I have to count it. So this is the what I will do, right? In a Spark, right? In a Spark, whatever the code we write, right? Generally, the two types of the operation happens. So let us try to understand that first. Then we will come to this part. So two types of operation. Two operation generally you have to remember. First is the transformation, and second is the action. Second is the action. Generally in a Spark, two types of operation will happen. One is the transformation, second is the action. When you will perform a transformation, execution will not happen. When you will perform a action, then only the execution will happen. For taking example, what are the action? Action is like you have to find out the max, count, right? So this all is nothing but is kind of the action. Transformation is nothing but suppose you have to do map, filter, okay, flat map. Okay, this all we will learn later, but as of now let us try to understand this. So what actually will happen in the case of the transformation? If the execution is not happening, then what is happening? Here if you will see, what is our first step? First step is nothing but a sc.txt file, and we are loading the data. So first step is nothing but it is a transformation. First step is nothing but it is a transformation. Now we are saying like in the case of the transformation, nothing will happen. What is the second step? Second step is also we are filtering. Filtering is also one of the transformation. So in this case also what will happen? Nothing will happen. What is the third action? Count, right? This is a action. In the action only all the execution will happen. Now one thing comes into the mind is the execution plan. Means I have to first load the file, then only I have to do a filter, and in real case we will be having a multiple transformation, right? How the execution will happen one by one in a order, how the Spark will know. So in the case of the transformation, right, what generally happen, it will try to create one graph. In this particular graph, it will first say like, first is the, what is the first operation? First operation is the RDD, right, where we are loading the file. What is the second operation? Second operation is RDD1. We are filtering a data. Means it will try to create a one by one, one kind of the graph. Through that graph only, we will be able to know how actually the execution will happen. And this graph is nothing but a DAG. What we call it as a direct acyclic graph. This is the one graph through which actually will know like how the execution will happen. So that's why we call it as a DAG, direct acyclic graph. Now what is a lazy evaluation? Lazy evaluation is nothing but a until and unless you will call action, execution will not happen. So that is why Spark we call it as a lazy evaluation. I hope you got it. DAG is nothing but a direct acyclic graph. So whenever you will be having any kind of the transformation, the execution will not happen, but it will try to create one kind of the graph, and on that graph only all the execution plan will be mentioned order wise. Okay, so that we call it as a DAG. I hope so. In this particular video we will see how actually we can set up our Databricks. Okay, how actually we can sign up for the Databricks community edition, because whatever the topic we are going to cover, the Spark SQL and the PySpark, right, we are going to learn in a Databricks environment only. So we should be familiar with all the Databricks notebooks and how actually we can run a cluster, how actually we can create a table. Everything we are going to learn in this particular video. Okay, so first let us see how actually we can do a setup. So what we have to do, we have to go to the Google, search for the Databricks community edition. Once you will search for the Databricks community edition, you can see sign up for the Databricks community edition, right? Click on this. Once you will click on this, you can see here we have an icon like the try Databricks, right? I just click on the try Databricks, and after that you will get to see this particular screen. Here we have option like the try Databricks free. Now what we have to do, we have to register here only. We have to pass your first name, last name, email, company title, phone number, India and all, and you can continue. Let me give any name, ABC. Okay, let me give any random email. Okay, as of now, just to show you what we have to do, we can give like the company, student, and the phone number also we can pass. And after that we have to click on the continue. The title we can give like the student. Click on the continue. Once you will click on the continue, you will get to see this particular screen. You can see here it is showing like a choose a cloud provider, because the Databricks we can use with AWS, Azure and the GCP also. But what we are looking for, we are looking for the community edition, right? So here in bottom you can see, right, don't have a cloud account, Now we can learn by using a get started with the community edition. So here we have to click. Okay, make sure you will click here because the free only we are looking for. Once you will click on the get started with, then it will ask for the verification. Then we have to do a verification. After once you will solve this puzzle, you will be creating that particular account. Okay, so this is the step you have to follow. So this is what actually I wanted to show. We have to click on the try community edition, and after that the puzzles once you will solve, your account will be created. Now how you have to log in? To log in into the Databricks community edition, you have to go to the community.cloud.databricks.com. community.cloud.databricks.com. This particular URL I will paste into the description. Okay, you can go through that. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about Databricks overview. We will see how actually we can create a cluster in a Databricks, how to create a table, how to create a notebook, everything we are going to discuss. So I hope you have already created an account in a community edition. If you have created an account, then you can log in community.cloud.databricks.com. It's completely free. You can practice that. And if you want to upgrade that, then you have to click on this upgrade now button, and then you can upgrade for that you have to pay an amount. So we are going to use a free edition, that is a community.cloud.databricks.com. So once you will log in, so you will see this particular screen. So recent, it will show all the notebook which you already have. So in the left side also you will see the certain option. Now in the left side you can see we have option new. If you click on the new, you can see we can create a notebook, we can create a table, we can create a cluster. So these are the option we have. If you click on the workspace, whatever the workspace, whatever the notebook you have, you will get to see in this particular workspace option. Recent, whatever the recent notebook you are working, if you click on the recent, that will come here. If you want to search, so we have a search option through which actually you can search in the workspace. Catalog option, once you will be having a database created, in that database on which particular location all your files are available, that actually you can see in the catalog option. Workflow, if you have to schedule any job, then we use a workflow option. As of now, for this community edition, we don't have flexibility to use a workflow to schedule it, but only for the scheduling purpose, whatever the job you have scheduled, that actually you will see in the workflow option. Compute, in the compute option, whatever the cluster which is running, that actually you can see here, and if you want to create a cluster, that also you can do here. Now what actually we are going to do, we are going to first see how actually we can create a cluster. So for that, first you have to click on the plus new button and the cluster, or you can directly go into this cluster option, click on the create compute. Once you will click on the create compute, here you can give any cluster name. So I will give a cluster name as a PySpark practice something. You can give any name, and after that you can see Databricks runtime version. So this is a by default, so we will go with the by default option. You can see multiple Spark version, Scala version is available, multiple things are available, but we are going with the by default option. Here we get a free 15 GB memory as a community edition. Your compute will automatically terminate after an ideal period of 1 to 2 hours. So once you will launch a cluster, after 1 or 2 hours, that cluster will be terminated. We have to remember cluster will be available only for 1 to 2 hours. So once it will be terminated after 1 to 2 hours, what actually we can do, we can create again new cluster, and then we can do a practice. So for practice purpose, in a community edition only you can do all the things. Only one drawback is like you have to create a multiple time cluster, because this cluster will be terminated after 1 to 2 hours, that we have to remember. Now after that, what we have to do, so 15 GB memory we are getting. After that, click on the create compute. Now your cluster will be initialized. Now you can see this practice, PySpark practice, this cluster is rotating, means our cluster is starting. It will take few minutes of time. So till then you have to wait. Till then what we will do, we will see how actually we can create a notebook. So in the left side you can see plus option. What you have to do, click on the notebook option. Once you will click on the notebook, your notebook will be created, and here you can give any name. So by default it is coming like untitled notebook something like, but you have to give a proper name so that you can remember like on which particular notebook you are working. So based on the specific project, generally we try to mention all the project names and all in this particular notebook. So the same way we are going to follow here also. So we'll give name as a PySpark practice something. So PySpark practice, this is the one I am mentioning. Now in the right side you can see we have a run all option, we have a connect option, we have a publish option, and here also you can see workspace option is there. All the workspace will be shown here. So and here actually we can use all our command. So you can see in a PySpark practice, this is the notebook we have created. Cluster is still waiting. Once it will complete, we can use a cluster. In the here you can see we are getting a multiple option. Either you can use a Python, SQL, Scala, and R. So whatever the language you want to use, you can select that. If I will select the SQL, I can write any SQL command here. So for that you have to confirm. Now you can see SQL it got converted. Now if I will use a Python, then Python code I can write. So if I'll use if I'll use 10 plus 20, that will be executed. But for that, to execute that, we need a cluster. So in a connect option, you can see this PySpark practice which we have created, right? We will select that. This is the cluster we have created. Now I can write any Python program here because the Python I have selected here, right? You can see 10 plus 20, this I have written, and you can see it is running. I am using a PySpark practice cluster which I am using, and now you can see I am getting the output 30. Similarly, if you will convert SQL, so you can write any kind of the SQL command. So to check that, what actually we will do, we will try to create one table. So in the left side, you can see how to create a table. For that, what you have to do, on the left side, go to the catalog option. You can see we'll get one option, create table, or in a new also you will get option to create a table. So what I will do, create table, and here you will get which particular directory you want to save. So by default it is going to the file store tables dot slash and the particular file name. And if you want to have a, but if you want to upload a file from S3 location, that also you will get option here, or from other data source if you want to add a file, so that also option you will get. You can see we have a from Kinesis, JDBC, Kafka, and all. You want to upload a file, that also, that option also we get. So what we will do, from local only we want to upload. So in upload option, click on this, and we'll see how actually we can upload any file. So I will just try to upload one file. So let me upload employee one, this particular CSV file. I'll click on the OK. Now you can see we get a two option, create table with UI, create table in notebook. So if I'll click on the create table in notebook, so it will create one notebook for me. In this notebook automatically all the PySpark code is coming. Now with this PySpark code, if I will execute, one table will get created. You can see the table name is employee 14 CSV. This is the table name it will create, or you can modify also. So what actually it is doing, the file location it is taking a file type as a CSV file, it is creating a data frame, and with that data frame actually what actually it is doing, it is trying to create a view first, and with that view it is trying to create a table for me. So that is the approach, that is the one approach. If you click on the create table with notebook, the second approach is like, but if you are uploading the file, suppose I am uploading any other file, employee2.csv file, create table with UI. In a UI itself you can create a table. So if I'll click on the create table with UI, first it will ask to select a cluster. So we will select a cluster for that. So this is the cluster which is available now. Click on the preview table. In this preview table you will get option to specify your table name. So what actually table name you want to create? I want to create a employee test, this particular table name I want to create. On which particular database you want to create? In a default database only I want to create. What is my file type? It is a CSV file, so I am selecting that. Column delimiter, it is a comma separated, so that's why comma is available. Now you can see by default it is not taking the employee ID the first row as a header. So to, if you want to have first row as header, so you have to click here. In this case whatever the first row will be there, that actually will be considered as a column for you. Infer schema, you can see employee ID it is coming as a string, name is coming as a string, salary is a string. If you click on the infer schema, automatically it will identify, right, employee ID should be int, salary should be integer. So that is the infer schema. Multi-line if you have, then you can select that. Now if you click on the create table, your table will be created. So employee test, this is the table we are creating, that we have to remember. So you can see we have created employee test, this particular table. Now let's go to our notebook, click on the recent. PySpark practice this we have created, right? Open in a new tab. Now you can write any kind of the SQL command. So if I'll write select star from employee test, this is the table we have created, right? So what I am writing, select star from employee test. If I'll execute, you can click on the run all option, or you can click on the shift and enter. This particular notebook will be executed, or you can click here run cell. So once I am executing, you can see I am able to run any SQL command also. Select star from table, if I am doing, I am able to read. So like that actually you can write any kind of the SQL also. So we get a multiple option, either you can use a Python, SQL, Scala, R and everything. So I hope you got the idea like how to create a cluster, how to create a notebook, how to create a table. Hello everyone, so we are going to start our the practical part for the PySpark, and in this particular video we are going to see like how actually we can create a data frame, how actually we can create a data frame using a CSV file, how actually we can read a data frame, and how actually we can see a schema of a particular data frame. So that actually we are going to see in this particular video. So first let us understand what is a data frame. Data frame is a two-dimensional object. Data might be available in the form of the rows and the column. So it is similar to the Excel. So in Excel also the data is available in a rows and column, right? Similarly, when you will create a data frame, the data will be available in the form of the rows and the column, and with that data actually you can clean that and you can create another data frame. So like that actually we do. So generally what happens, data generally available in a different location. Data might be available in a HDFS location, data might be available in any of the cloud storage. If they are using Azure, then the Azure storage. If they are using a cloud AWS, then it will be available in a AWS S3 location. Now what will be your requirement your requirement will be to read that data. How actually we can read that data? Because that data also might be available in the JSON format, it might be available in a CSV format, it might be available in a Excel, it might be available in a Avro format. So like different file format data might be available. Now what will be your requirement is like, your requirement is like to read that data. How actually we can read that data? To read the data we create a data frame, so that the data will be available in the form of the rows and column, and after that we can perform a cleaning on that. So let us see how actually we can create a data frame. So what I will open my Databricks community edition. I hope you have already created a community.cloud.databricks.com. Once you will log in, you will see this particular screen. In the left side, what will be our first step? First step to create a compute. In this compute, click on the compute. First we will create a cluster. So click on the create compute. We will give any of the cluster name. So I will give cluster name as a PySpark lab 1, or you can give any name. PySpark 11, this I am giving, and I'll just click on the create compute. The 15 GB memory we will get to practice, and you can see it is started. So till then what we will do, we'll go to our workspace. In this workspace what we will do, we'll create one folder. We'll create folder like the PySpark practical. In this PySpark practical we will create a, click on the create, click on the notebook. We are going to do our first practical, so I will just give the name as a lab 1. Now we are going to learn the PySpark, so the language we will select as a Python, and this connect option right here, you can see PySpark 11, this will be started soon, so that actually we will select. Now where your file is available, to upload any file, what actually we have to do, go to the catalog option, click on the create table. Let me, your data might be available in S3, so for that you have to do a mounting. That part we will come later, but as of now we are going to upload a file from our local file to the HDFS location. So this is the DBFS directory, there actually our file will be uploaded. So what I will do, I will try to upload any of the file. Let me upload this employee1.csv file. Once you will upload, you can see this is the particular location where my file is uploaded. So I will just save this particular location so that I can read that. Now I will go to my notebook. Now let's see how actually we can read that particular location and we can create a data frame. So first thing we are going to see, create data frame. So that actually we are going to see, to create a data frame what we have to write. First you have to write df, or you can give any name, df1, df2, to understand the data frame variable we are creating. After that you have to write spark dot read dot csv. If it is a csv, so directly you can write df equal to spark dot read dot csv, and that particular location, whatever the location the file is available, that actually you have to pass that. Now once you will execute this, you have to click on the shift and enter. Once you will click on the shift and enter, it will start executing. So as of now it is started, so let's wait it to be completed. Now you can see my cluster is ready, and also this particular data frame got executed. You can see data frame is created. I am not getting any error. Now how actually this data frame got created, how actually we can read that. So let's see how actually we can read data frame. To read a data frame, what we have to write, df whatever the data frame you have created dot show. If you write df dot show, you will be able to read your data frame. Now let me execute this, shift and enter. Once I will do, I will be able to read. So you can see I am able to read data frame. The second way is like display df also you can do. So what you have to write, display df. Once you write display df, then also you will be able to read your data in a tabular format. Now when I am reading my data frame, you can see the first row, which is a employee id, name, salary, this should be a header. This should be my column name, but it is coming like my column name is C0, C1, C2, C3, C4, C5. So how actually I can mention in a data frame itself, like the first row it will automatically take as a column. So how actually we can do that? So let's see data frame with header. So we are going to see how actually we can do data frame with header. So let me create another data frame, df1 spark dot read dot csv. After that, the location you have to pass, and here you can mention comma header equal to true. Now let me execute. You can see it is executing df1. Now if you want to read that, so what you have to write, display df1. When I will do display df1, you can see now it is coming properly. My first column, first row, it actually contained the column, so it properly taken the column name. Whatever the first row was available, it has taken the column name. Now employee id, name, salary, address, location, and email. Now let's see how actually you can see the schema. Schema means what is the employee id, whether it is a integer or a string. So read schema. How actually we can read the schema? So for that we have to write df1 dot print schema. df1 dot print schema. df1 dot print schema, if you will write, you will be able to see the schema. You can see employee id is string, name is string, salary is string, address is string, location is string, email is string. But my data frame, this employee id should be in integer format and salary should be in a integer format, but it is treating all by default as a string format. So how actually we can handle that? So let's see data frame with header, data frame with header and proper schema, how actually we can create that. So let me create another data frame, df2. I will write spark dot read dot csv. I'll pass the location. Similarly, spark dot read dot csv and the location I will pass. Header I will make true, so that the first row it will contain as a header, header equal to true. And for the proper schema we have to write infer schema. Infer schema you have to write and you have to make true. Now let me execute. df2 got created. If I will do display df2, should be a display. You can see I am able to read that. Now let's see what is the schema. So I will write df2 dot print schema. You'll write df2 dot print schema. I should be able to view that. You can see now it is considering employee id is integer, salary is integer, and others are string. So automatically it took the employee id as integer and salary as integer, and others should be in string format. So that is the flexibility and that is the advantage we get with the help of the infer schema. So how actually we can create a data frame? to create a proper data frame, what you have to write? You have to write spark dot, if you are reading a CSV file, you have to write spark dot read dot CSV, and the location name you have to pass. After that, you have to make header equal to the true and infer schema equal to the true. How actually you can read that? For that you have option df2 dot show, or you can write display df also. With that you will be able to read that. How actually you can see the schema? To see a schema, you can write a df2 dot print schema. So this is for the to read the CSV file. Now suppose you have any other file format. So for that, how actually we can create a data frame? So for that also we have another option. So suppose I am creating another data frame df3. The another way to create a data frame is like we have to write spark dot read dot format. In this format we have to pass the CSV. If it is a CSV file, so you can pass the CSV. If it is a JSON, then you can pass a JSON. So what I am writing is spark dot read dot format CSV, and after that we have to pass option. In this option you can pass header equal to true and infer schema true, and after that dot load and the particular location you have to pass. If I'll execute this, it should be options. It should be option. Spark dot read dot format. What is the file format you have to pass? Dot options. In the option we are mentioning header is true, infer schema is true, and particular location you have to pass. Now if I will show you how actually we can read that. So I will write display df3. If I write display df3, I should be able to read that. And if I want to see the schema, I will write df3 dot print schema. You can see employee ID is integer, salary is integer, others are string. So there are two ways to read that. If it is a CSV, then directly you can write spark dot read dot CSV, particular location you can pass, and header true and infer schema true. If it is another file format, the another way of creating is like you can use this syntax also, spark dot read dot format, and then particular file format you have to pass, and in options you can mention the header true, infer schema true, and all. So I hope you got the idea, like how actually we can create a data frame, how actually we can read the schema, and how actually we can read the data frame also. Hello everyone, so we will continue over the PySpark tutorial. So in previous video we have understand like how actually we can read any CSV file and how actually we can create a data frame out of it. In this particular video we are going to see how actually we can read a JSON file and how actually we can create a data frame with the help of the JSON file. So first we will see how to read a JSON file, how to read a multi-line JSON file, how to create a data frame using a JSON file. You can see we have one of the example. This is a simple example I have taken for the JSON file. This is a simple JSON file we have. How actually we can create a data frame using this simple file. And also I have another example where we can see we have a multi-line, like we have an array and after that the multiple JSONs are available. So how actually we can create a data frame using that also we are going to see. I'll open my Databricks. In this Databricks, so previous video we have created this lab one, right? So open that, go to the workspace. So in this workspace we have created one folder, so go to that folder, lab one. What we will do, we will create a new notebook, and this is our practical 2, so I will make the lab 2. Now Python we have selected for the PySpark, and our cluster is also ready. Now what we will do, go to the catalog option. Let's try to upload the data. Click on the create table and let's try to upload that file. So I have these two files, so I will try to upload both the file. So this is the two file I have uploaded. Let me save this both the locations so that it will be easy for us to remember. I am saving this into these two location. Now I will go back to my notebook, lab 2. Now if you will see, I have a two location. One is this location and another file is available into this location. So let's see how actually we can create a data frame using that. So to create a data frame, first we will write df. After that we have to write spark.read.csv. We were using for to read the CSV file. Here we will use as JSON. And after that, open a bracket, close a bracket, and pass the particular location. So let's try to read this particular file, and let me try to execute. You can see it is executing and data frame got created. If you want to see a data frame, what you can write df.show. If you will see that, you can see one email and one name got created. So first let me show you this is the file we have. In this file we have a name and we have a email. So based on the name and email, column got created and the corresponding value we are storing into the rows. So this is the first example. Now the second example we will see. Let's try to read the another file. So in the another file, if I'll show you the file looks like this. This is the file. Now what we will do, we'll try to pass the same location. So we'll write df equal to the spark.read.json, and this particular location let me pass. If I will pass, let me execute. Now after that, if I will show you df1.show, you can see when I am reading the second file df1, so I am getting this kind of the error because the file looks like this. We have a multi-line comments here. So if you have a multi-line and the multiple JSONs are available, then what actually you can do, whenever you are creating a data frame, right, spark.read.json, here you have to pass one more parameter, multi-line equal to the true. Make sure L should be in capital. Multi-line equal to the true. If I'll do, if I'll execute once again, and if I show you df1.show, now you can see I'm able to read that. So we have a color and the value. If I'll show you the data, here also we have a color column and the value column, and the corresponding values are there. So multi-line equal to true, if you'll do, that particular issue will get resolved. So yeah, that's it in this video. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can use the select function in a PySpark. So let me give you first example. With that example, let's try to under the select function where actually we can use that. So suppose you have a one of the data frame. In this data frame you have a 50 plus column, but I am interested only in a five column. So if I only want to see 5 column from the 50 plus column, so what actually I can use? I can use a select function. So select function we use to select a single column. Select function we use to select a multiple column. Select function we use to select a column by index. These are the possibility we have with the help of the select function. So in this video we are going to see how to select a specific column from a data frame, how to select a multiple column from a data frame, and how to use a select function. So let me open my Databricks. I created a new notebook lab 3, and my compute is also ready, cluster is also ready. What I will do, I'll just try to upload one file, and that file actually we'll see how actually we can read that. We can create a data frame and how actually we can use a select function. So I'll just upload the employee1.csv file. This is the file which I am uploading. If you have already uploaded that you can use it again. So this is the file location I have. Now what will be the first thing? First thing is to create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? This is a CSV file, spark.read.csv, and you can pass this particular location, and after that we had to make header equal to the true and infer schema true, so that the schema also it got selected automatically. Infer schema true. Let me try to execute. You can see my data frame got created. If I want to see the data frame, what actually I can use? I can use a df.show. If I'll that, I'll be able to see my data frame. Now suppose my requirement is like I'm not interested into this location and email column. I am only interested in employee ID, name, employee ID, and the salary column. So how actually I can select only the specific column and I can see that? So for that we have a select statement. So how actually we can use a select functions? Let's see that. So for that we had to use a df dot select. After that open a bracket. On which particular column you are interested? I am interested in the employee ID column, and also I am interested in salary column. I will mention both. And after that, what we have to do, if you want to view, so for that we have to use a so. So what I am writing, df.select employee ID and the salary column dot. So if I'll write, if I will execute, you can see I am only able to view the employee ID and the salary column. The another way of writing is like df.select. You can write like this also, df.employee ID or df.salary, and if you will write dot so, let me execute, this will also work. So there are two way to write this. Either you can write like this, df.select, and the in a bracket, in a curly, in a inverted comma, you can pass the employee ID and whatever the column you required, and after that you have to so, or you can use like this, df.select and df.employee ID, df.salary dot. So if you'll do, then also you will be able to view. Now let's see how actually we can read the data frame using a column index. So for taking example, suppose this is my data frame, right? In this data frame, I have employee ID, name, salary, address, location, and email. So the first column, the index will be the 0, the name index will be the 1, salary index will be the 2, address index will be the 3, location index will be 4, email index will be the 5. Now my requirement is like I want to view the data from a name to the locations. How actually I can do? So this is the first index, right? So what actually I can write, from the 1 to 1 2 3 4 5. So 1 to 5, if I will view, I will be able to see name, salary, address, and the location. So let's see how actually we can write. So if I write df dot select df dot columns, if I write 1 to 5 dot so, you can see from a name to the location I am able to see. Let me show you the data frame first, what I am doing. So what I have written from the first index to the fifth index. So you can see employee ID is a 0 index. For what is the first index, it is a name, so the name column is showing. What is the second index, 2, it is showing 3 index, showing 4 index is showing. When you are mentioning 5, means till 4 it will show. If you will write 6, then till fifth index it will show. What is the fifth index? Email. So that you can see the email also is coming. If I write 3, then till 2 index it will show. You can see name and the salary. What is the first index? First index is the employee ID, second index is the name. First index is the name and the second index is the salary. So like that, with the help of the column index also we can select the column. So I hope you got the idea how actually we can use the select function in a PySpark. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this video we are going to see about the withColumn function and withColumn renamed function. These are the two functions we are going to discuss. So first we will understand where we have to use a withColumn renamed, and with practical we will try to see the use case. So let us first start with the withColumn. So PySpark withColumn we use, it is a transformation function of data frame which is used to change the value, convert the data type of an existing column, create a new column, and many more. Suppose you have a given a data frame. In this data frame you want to add a new column, then you can use a withColumn. If you want to update the existing column value, then also you can use the withColumn. If you want to add a new column based on the constant value, then also you can use a, if you want to change a data type, then also you can use a this function, this withColumn function. And withColumn renamed, by the name itself you can see, like if you have to rename of any data frame column, then you can use a withColumn rename. So what are the things we are going to do? First we will create one data frame, we will try to add a new column based on the existing column. We'll try to add a new column based on the constant value. We'll try to see how actually we can change a data type of an existing column, how actually we can update the value of the existing column. So I'll open my Databricks. So I have uploaded, this is the file location where my file is available. If you haven't uploaded a value, so you can go to the catalog option, click on the create table, and once you will upload you will get the particular location. And I already have this particular location where my file is available. So first let's create a data frame. How to create a data frame? To create a data frame using CSV, very simple process. df spark dot read dot CSV, and the file location we can pass, and we can say header equal to the true, and infer schema equal to true. As of now we are not giving because we also want to see like how actually we can change the data type. So I am keeping as it is as of now, header equal to the true. Let me execute. Now if I will show you df dot show, this particular data frame looks like this. We have employee ID, name, salary, address, location, and email. So first let's see how actually we can add a new column based on the existing column. So add a new column based on existing column. So suppose I want to add a new column. So what actually I can write? df dot with column. After that we have to use what is the column you want to create. I want to create a new column name as a salary 1. And how actually I want to create? I want to create based on the df dot salary into 10, df dot salary into 10. So what actually I am doing, I am creating a new column name as a salary 1 based on the existing column. This is the existing column, but also I am in this existing column I am just applying into 10. And after that if you want to see the result you have to use a dot show. Now if you will execute, new column should be created. You can see this is the new column which got created, salary 1, and here the 10 multiplication is happening and I am able to see the value new column which got added. So this is how actually we can add a new column based on the existing column. Now suppose your requirement is like you want to add a new column but based on the some constant value, not based on the existing value. So let's see how actually add a new column based on the constant value. So we have one of the function, and these are the function generally we use a lot in PySpark. So to import that, what actually we can write? PySpark dot SQL dot functions import lit. From PySpark.sql dot function import lit we have to do. Now if you want to add a new column, what we can write? df dot with column. And what is the new column we want to add? We want to add a new column as a country, and by default we want to pass all the value as a USA. So for that we can use a lit. And what is the value you want to pass? USA. This is the value I want to pass. So what I will write? lit bracket USA. And if I want to see dot show, if you will do, now let's execute. Let's see if any error comes. So what we have written, if you want to add a new column you can write a df dot with column. We are adding a new column name as a country. Because we want to have all the value by default USA, so we are using lit function USA, and after that we are doing a show. So you can see the new column got added. Now similarly, suppose you want to add a new column name with a constant value 0. So what actually you can write? df dot with column. Suppose I want to add a new column name as an increment, and I want to have a default value as a 0. So what I can write? lit 0. lit 0 I can pass, and if I will do a dot show, I should be able to view that. You can see increment new column got added with the 0 value. So if you want to add a new column, always remember we can use a with column. So we have seen two ways. In the first way, what actually we have done, with the help of the existing column. So if any of the existing column is there, then directly you can use that. If you want to add any constant value with that, you want to add a new column, then you can use a lit function here. Now let's see how actually we can update the existing, how we can update existing schema. So if I show you, as of now my data frame looks like this. I have a data frame like this. Now if I'll show you df.print schema, df.print schema to view the schema. So as of now you can see employee ID is string, salary is string. Now your requirement is like you want to convert this salary into the integer. So with the help of the with column we can update our existing schema. So how actually we can write? So for that we have to write df dot with column, and after that which particular column you want to update. I want to update salary. After that we have to write call. Call is another function similar to the lit. So here you have to pass call which particular column salary. I want to do a casting. I want to convert into a integer. So integer you have to write, and after that dot show. Because we are using a call, right? So we have to import this. How actually we can import this? To import this, what actually you have to write? From PySpark dot SQL dot function import call. Now let's try to make this as a df1. Now if I'll execute, you can see df1 got created. If I show you the df1 dot print schema, you can see we are getting an error. So what actually we can do? We can remove this dot so because we are creating a new data from df1 with this. So I'll make this, and after that if I will do df1 dot show, df1 dot show, I'm able to view that. And after that if I want to preview the print schema, df1 dot print schema, if I'll do, you can see the salary got converted into integer. Previously it was a string. So to change the data type also we can use a with column. Now let's see how actually we can, how to rename the column. How to rename column we will see. To rename a column we can use a with column rename. So what you have to write, df dot with column renamed. Suppose this loc I want to change into the location. So what you can write, which particular column loc I want to change into the location. So you can mention that, and dot show. If I'll do that, you can see loc got converted into the location. So if you have to rename the any column, then also you can use a with column rename. So with column generally we used to add a new column based on the existing column. If you had to add a new column, if you had to change a data type, then you can use a with column. With column rename generally we used to rename any of the columns. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we will continue over the PySpark tutorial, and in this video we are going to learn how actually we can use a filter function in a PySpark. So suppose you have a given a data frame. In this data frame if you have to filter any specific record based on the certain condition, so in that kind of the scenario we can use a filter function in a PySpark. So it is similar to the SQL. In a SQL also for filtering what actually we use a where condition, right? So in a PySpark instead of where we can use a filter function. So what actually we are going to do, we are going to create one data frame. We are going to see how actually we can filter a data based on the certain condition like equal condition, not equal condition, and also we'll see how actually we can apply a and or condition, how actually we can filter a data based on the starts and ends condition, and how actually we can filter a data based on the expression. So let me open my Databricks. So I have opened my Databricks. You can see this is a Python. I created one notebook lab 5, and you can see my cluster also is ready. And in this particular location my file is available. If you want to upload a file, what actually you can do, you can go to the catalog and you can upload the file. Once you will get the location, what we will do, first thing is to create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? So for creating a data frame we will write df spark spark.read.csv, because this is a csv file, and the location we will pass, this is the location, and we will make header equal to the true, and also we will make infer schema true, so that the proper schema we will get. Now after that I will execute. It is executing. You can see this is waiting and interrupt mode. You can see it got executed successfully. Now if you want to see a data, what actually you can write, df.show. I should be able to view our data. So this is the data I have. I have a employee ID, employee name, salary, and the address and the location. Now let's see how actually we can do a filter. So suppose I want to filter a data where name equal to the Manish. I want to get those record where, or let's take example of address. I want to get all the record where address equal to the Indra. So how actually we can write a condition for that? So what I will write, df dot filter. After that you have to open a bracket and you have to write df dot which particular column, address column. So I will write address. I have written df dot filter and which particular column, df dot address column. I want to check where df dot address equal to the India. So I want to have all the record where df dot address equal to the India. So what I have written, df dot filter df dot address equal condition I am writing, and I am writing a India. After that, if you want to see a record, what actually you can write, dot show. Now let's execute. Now you can see I am getting only those record where address equal to the India. So equal whenever you want to compare something, whenever you want to have exact records, and then double equal condition we can use. Now suppose I want to get all the record where address is not equal to India. So what actually I can write, df dot filter df dot address is not equal India, and after that we have to write dot show. If I'll do, I should be able to get only those record where address is not equal to the India. You can see all the US record I am getting. So this is how actually we can filter a data based on the certain condition. Now let's see how actually we can apply a multiple condition. For taking example, if I show you my data frame. So in this data frame I have this all the record. So what is the condition I am going to write here? I am going to write a condition where name equal to the monies and also the salary should be equal to the 10,000. I only want to get those records. So in this case, what actually I can write, df dot filter df dot name equal monies. Name should be equal to the monies. After that you can open a bracket because we are applying a multiple condition. You can write a AND condition, and I will open again bracket. I will check df dot salary equal to the 10,000, and then close the bracket, then dot show. So I am applying a multiple condition, df dot name equal to the monies and the salary equal to the 10,000. That only record I want to get. So if I will do that, I will get only those record where the name equal to the monies and salary equal to the 10,000. So this is the AND condition. Now suppose you have to apply a OR condition. Now in the OR condition, what actually you can write? Similar here, df dot filter df dot name equal monies. If I write OR condition, then we have to use this, and if I will execute, this will be our OR condition. And will, whenever the both condition will satisfy, then only you will get record. Or means any of the condition gets satisfied, then you will get the records. So that is the difference. Now let's see how actually we can filter a data based on the starts with and ends with condition. So if I will show you df dot show, this is the data frame I have. In this data frame, what actually I want to know, I only want to get all those record where the name is starting with a R. So all the name I want to get where the name start with R. So what actually I can write here, df dot filter df dot from name actually I want, right? I can write starts with df dot name dot starts with, and the particular name you can pass in a bracket R, and after that we can use a show. If I'll do this, so I'll get all those record where the name is starting with R. Now I want to get all those record where the name ends with a L. So how actually I can write, df dot filter df dot name dot ends with, and it should be ends with L dot show. If I'll do this, I'll get all those record where it is ending with a L. So like this actually we can do a filter. Now let's see how actually we can filter based on the certain expression. So based on the expression, how actually we can filter a data, let's see. So this is the data frame I have. I want to get all those record where it contain UL. Any place where it contain UL. in the name. So how actually I can filter data? Df dot filter, df dot name dot like. We have a like operator in a SQL, right? Here also we can use the same like. After that you can write percentage. I want to check where name anywhere it contains ul percentage, and after that you have to write dot so what is the condition I am writing? I am filtering all the data where anywhere it contains ul in the name itself. So if I will do that, I should get all those record where it contains ul. You can see Rahul here ul contain, right? So that is the value I am getting. So like this also we can do a filter. So whenever you have to apply any kind of the condition based filtering, you can use a filter function. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the distinct and the drop duplicate function in a PySpark. These two functions generally we use to remove a duplicate from the given data frame. So let's see where actually we use a distinct and where we use a drop duplicate. So PySpark distinct function, whenever you will apply, it will remove the duplicate rows from the all the column from your data frame. Suppose in your data frame you have a multiple column name A, column name B, column name C, column name D, like that. Now suppose in all the column you have a duplicate records. So what actually it will do, whenever you will apply distinct, so it will remove all the duplicate from the all the column and you will get the result. Now second is the drop duplicate. Drop duplicate we use to drop row based on the selected or multiple column. So suppose your requirement is like you want to delete a duplicate based on the selected column, like so there actually you will pass the column name. So that is possible with the help of the drop duplicates. So this is an interview question also. What is the difference between the distinct and the drop duplicates? Distinct generally we use to remove the duplicate rows based on all the column from your data frame. So suppose in all the column, if all the values are duplicate, so it will check all and based on that it will remove the duplicate. But in a drop duplicate condition, we can pass a specific column condition. So if I want to check if in the column A if any duplicate value is there, based on that remove a duplicate value, then that is possible with the help of the drop duplicate. So that is the advantage we get. So let's do a practical, and based on that let's see. So I will open my this particular notebook I have opened. What I will do, you can see my cluster also is ready, lab 6. This I will select. I'll upload one file. So I'll go to the catalog, create table. I'll browse that. If you already uploaded a file, that is fine because we are going to use the same file. So what I am doing, employee1.csv file, this file I am going to upload. Once you will upload, you can see this is the particular location where my file is available. I'll go back, I'll open my notebook. So you can see this is a Python, and in this particular location my file is there. So first step is to create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? For that we have to write spark.read.csv, and the particular location name we have to pass, and we have to make header equal to the true, and also we have to make infer schema equal to the true. If I'll execute this, you can see data frame got created. If I will show you the data frame, you can see this is the data frame I have. I have a 1 2 3 4 5 6, and after that you can see I have a multiple duplicate record, like the same kind of the 1 2 3 4 5 6 is also again available. So what actually we have to do, these are the duplicate records. So let's first see how actually we can use a distinct. So if you will do df.distinct, so first you have to create a new data frame, df1, df.distinct you will do. Now if I will show you df1.show, so this df1, now you can see we are getting only the unique records. All the duplicate record got removed. So on my original data frame I had a 12 record duplicate record, but in the new data frame I am only having a unique record. So that is the distinct. Now let's see how actually we can use a drop duplicates. So for that we have to write df dot drop duplicates, open a bracket. Suppose on a specific column base actually you want to remove, so what you have to write df dot drop duplicate, and after that you can mention the column name. Suppose my column name is employee id, so I will write employee id. In this employee id, based on that I can find out like whether my particular data frame is having a duplicate record or not. So I will select only this column, and based on that I can do that. So I will use the employee id. Suppose salary also I want to use, so this also I can use salary. So now I will create new data frame df2, and after that I will use df2 dot so. Let's see. In this case also I am getting the 6 record. Whatever the duplicate record it was there, it got removed. So distinct and drop duplicate we used to remove a duplicate record from the data frame. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the sort and order by function in a PySpark. It's a very simple method. Whenever you have to sort a data based on the ascending and the descending order, in that case we can use a sort function or order by function. So if you have to sort a data based on the ascending and descending order, we can use a sort and the order by functions. Let's do a practical and let's see. So I have a file label into this particular location. So what actually I can do, you can upload the file into the catalog location, and there actually you will get this particular location. In this particular location file I have a data available. Now what I will do, I will try to read that first. So for that I will create a data frame. So I'll write df equal to the spark dot read dot csv, and the particular location I will pass. I will make the header equal to the true, and I will make a infer schema true. Now I will execute that. Now let's see how actually we can first let's see our data frame df dot so. If I'll do, I will be able to read my data frame. Now let's see how actually we can sort data. So I want to sort data based on this salary column. So what actually I can write df dot sort, and after that you can pass the salary. Based on that you want to sort the data, and if I'll do dot so, you can see the data got sorted based on the salary column. So by default it is ascending order, so 10,000, then 12,000, then 20,000, then 55,000 is coming, right? So this by default it will be a ascending order only. Now let's see how actually we can use order by. So for order by you have to write df dot order by, and here also you can pass the salary, and if I will use dot so, let's see it will work or not. Yeah, it's working in the same way. So now suppose you have to pass a multiple column. Based on that multiple column you want to sort, so you can pass comma, and you can write a name. So based on this both the column, the data will get sorted. You can see name and the salary column, it got sorted out based on the ascending. Now let's see how actually we can make this ascending and descending, because by default it is ascending, right? So now suppose you had to sort the data based on the descending. So what actually you can write, so df dot sort, I want to sort data based on the salary, so I will write df dot salary. This is another way of writing. I can write ascending. ASC means ascending. If I write DESC means descending, and if I'll do dot so, you can see my data got sorted based on the descending order. The salary 55 is coming, then 20, then 20, right? So like that actually we can sort that. So what you can write, df dot order by df dot salary dot DESC dot so. You can see this data got sorted out. So I hope you got the idea like how actually it is working. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the group by in a PySpark. So it actually allow you to perform aggregate function on group of rows rather than individual rows. So it works in a similar way. In a SQL also we use group by, right? So there what actually we use, first we write a select statement, then we write aggregate function based on which particular column you want to group, that we have to mention from table, and we have to use a group by country. So it works in the similar way. It also works with the aggregate function, and after that we have to use a group by. So you can see we have a multiple aggregate function like count, mean, maximum, mean, sum, average, aggregate, that actually we can use. Let's do practical, and with that example let's try to understand. So let me open my Databricks account. So you can see I have created new notebook group by, it is a Python, and my cluster is also ready. I uploaded a file into the catalog table, and this particular location in dbfs location my file is available. So first let's create a data frame. So to create a data frame, what actually we can write, spark dot read dot csv, and which particular location my file is available, my file is available into this location, and after that I will pass header equal to true, and also I will pass infer schema true. After that, if you want to view that, so what you can write, df dot so. Let's execute. You can see I am able to view that data frame got created. Now let's see what actually I want to do. Based on the each address, what is the total number of salary of employee I want to find out. So what I will do, first you have to write df dot group by, based on which particular column you want to group. I want to group based on the address column. So address you have to write. After that, what is the aggregate function you want to use, I want to use sum, and after that you have to use a dot so. Based on which particular sum you want to do, I want to do a sum based on the salary, so I have to mention the salary also. Now if I will do that, based on each address it should do a sum of salary. You can see in India we have a total number of salary this much, in USA we have a total number of salary this much. Now suppose you want to find out the total number of count. So in this case what actually you can mention, dot group by address, each address how many employees are there if you want to find out, dot count if you will do, and dot so you will do, you will get what is the total number of employee we have in each address. You can see India we have 6 record, USA we have a 6 record. So like that actually we can perform a group by. So if you have to perform a multiple column you want to, based on that you want to group, so what actually you can write, dear dot group by, and after that you have to write address, and you can comma it, suppose employee id. So based on the address and employee id both you want to do, so you have to write employee id, df dot group by address employee id, and you can write dot sum of salary dot so. So like this, based on the multiple condition also we can group it. So like this actually we can use a multiple aggregate function. So if I show you, we have a aggregate function like count, mean, maximum, mean, sum, average, aggregate. So this all the things we can use similar way. If you have to find out the what is the maximum salary of each country, so how actually you can find out. So in this case what you will write, df dot group by address, what is the maximum salary, maximum salary. So you can see on address we have a maximum salary this many, for USA we have a maximum salary 20,000. Similarly you can use mean also, and you can use average also. So this works in the similar way. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to continue the PySpark tutorial, and we are going to learn about the joining concept in a PySpark. Joining is a very much important from an interview perspective and from the job perspective also, because in organization you will see a multiple tables you will be having, and you have to join and you have to combine this all the data set. So in that case we have a joining concept that we are going to learn in this particular video. So PySpark join is used to combine two data frame. PySpark join operation combine data from a two or more data set based on the common column key. That is important. based on the common column key we try to join two or multiple data set. So it is similar to the SQL. In a SQL also we have a inner join, left join, right outer join, full outer join, semi join concept, right? So here also in a PySpark also we have a same concept. So what is inner join, left join, right join, full outer join, left semi join, left anti join? Let's try to understand. So first I'll show you the data sets. I have a one department data set. In this department I have all the department related information, like what is department, what is the designation, and also the user ID information. In the employee table I have all the employee information, their name, salary and location. This kind of information I have, and I want to combine these two. So let's understand. So what to make you understand, I have just combined. So this is my first data set, first data frame, and this is my second data frame. Now I want to combine these two. So what is the first thing we had to check? We had to check what is the common key. Based on that we can do a joining. In this case, what is the common key? Employee ID is common key, user ID is common key. Based on that I can do a joining. So first thing is like what is the common key, based on that we can do a join, that we had to find out. Now second thing is like which operation we want to perform. So you can see we have a multiple, right? We have a inner join, left join, right join, full outer join. So let's see how actually it works. So joining, we used to combine these two data sets. So we are joining these two data set, and what is the final output we want? We want all the column, like we want employee ID, name, salary, location, as well user, department, designation, all. So in this case what we will use? We will use a joining. So what is the first joining? First joining is the inner join. So whenever we will apply a inner join, it will return only the row with matching keys in the both the data frame. So if you'll see, whatever the matching records will be there in the both the data frame, that only we will get all the records. You can see in the first table we have a 1 2 3 4, and in the second table also we have a 1 2 3 4. 5 6 is not matching, only 1 2 3 4 record is matching. So in this case what we will get? We will get all the matching records from the both the tables. So in the when we will apply a inner join, this will be our output. This will be our output. So in this case what will happen? Whatever the common key which is available in the both the data frame, that all the records we will get. 5 6 is not here, then that record we will not get. 7 8 is not here, then that record we will not get. Only the matching records we will get from the both the data frame. So that is a inner join. Second is the left join. In the case of the left join, by the name itself you can understand left. What is the left and right? Whatever the first data frame will be available, that you have to consider as a left. Whatever the second data frame you will be having, that you have to understand as a right. This is the right. So in the case of the left join, what happen? It will return all the row from a left data frame and matching row from the right data frame. So it will return all the row from a left data frame. So these are the record we have, right? So whatever the records will be available from the left data frame, you will get all the record, like 1 2 3 4 5 6, everything you will get. Whatever the matching records you will be having in the right data frame, that only you will get. You can see 1 2 3 4 only is available, which is matching from here, right? So that record only you will get. 7 8 this record we will not get, because this is not available here. When we'll apply a left join, so it will return all the records from the left data frame, and only the matching records you will get from the right data frame, and whatever is not matching you will get as a null. This all the value will become a null, because this is not available in the right data frame, right? So this value will be a null. Now let's see how actually we can apply a right join. In the case of the right join, by the name itself you can understand, when we are saying right join, so it will return all the rows from a right data frame and matching rows from the left data frame. In the case of the right data frame, what will happen? All the rows you will get from the right data frame, means all the records you will get from here, and only the matching records you will get from the left data frame. What is the matching record? This 1 2 3 4 only is matching, right? So that record only you will get, and this 7 8 is not available here, so this will become a null. This all the value will be a null. So in the case of the inner join, what will happen? Only the common records you will get, and in the case of the left join, all the records you will get from the left table, only the matching records you will get from the right table. In the case of the right join, all the records you will get from the right table, only the matching records you will get from the left table. Now we have a full outer join. It will return all the rows from both the data frame, including matching and non-matching rows. So in the case of the full outer, what will happen? You will get all those records. So you will get all those records from this table. This all the records you will get, and whatever is not matching, that will become a null. So you can see 1 2 3 4 this is matching, so this you will get. 5 6 is not matching, so this records also you will get, but this value will become a null. This all the value will become a null. Here this 7 8 is not available here, so this all the value will become a null. So like this actually works in a full outer join. So you will get all those record, only the whatever the matching, that only you will get. Other So in the case of the full outer join, you will get all those record, whatever is not matching it will become a null. And now we have a left semi join. It return all the row from the left data frame where there is a match in the right data frame. So in the case of the left semi join, what will happen, whatever the common records, right, whatever the, you will get only those records from the left data frame which is available in the right data frame, in a right data frame. So that is a left semi join. Left anti join, it return all the row from a left data frame where there is no match in the right data frame. So you can see the 5 6 is not available in the right data frame, right? So this only the records you will get in the case of the left anti join. In the case of the left semi join, it will give only the return of this all the 4 value. So this is the, because these are the available in the right table also, right? So in the case of the left semi join, this is the output we will get. In the case of the left anti join, this is the output we will get, because this is not available in the right table. So that we have to remember. Let's do a practical and let's understand. So I'll open my Databricks account. You can see I have a cluster ready. I will try to upload a file. So I'll go to the catalog, create table. I'll search for the file. So I have a employee and the department file. So this is my department file, and also I have a employee file. So both the files I will try to upload. Once you will upload, this is the location you will get. So you have to just copy it and go to the recent, go to your notebook. Let's copy this. So these are the two locations where my file is available. So we have a department1.csv and the employee2.csv. Now what we will do, our next step will be to create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? So I am creating first data frame employee, and I will just write emp so that I can understand this is the employee data frame. Emp df I can write. And how actually we can create a data frame, spark.read.csv, and I will pass the location. What is my file location for the employee? This is the file location, right? So this I will make, and after that I will make employee df dot show. Let me execute. Similarly, I will create a second data frame, that will be a department df. So I will write department df, and here also I will write spark.read.csv. But here you can see this is not coming properly because we have forgot to add a header equal to true. So what we will add, header equal to true, and infer schema also equal to true. Once you will add that, we will get the proper schema also, and also the first row it will consider as a header. You can see now we are getting properly. So our employee data frame is ready. So we are creating a second data frame. So this department location I will pass here, and I will make the header equal to the true, and also I will make infer schema true. So what I am writing is part.read.csv, location I am passing, header equal to true, and infer schema true, and after that I will do department df dot show. If I will do, I will be able to read the department data frame also. Now let's see one by one how actually we can perform a joining. So first we will see a inner join. So it's very simple. First you have to write your data frame name. What is your first data frame? First data frame is employee df, right? I want to join with which particular data frame? I want to join with the department df. So what I am writing, employee df dot join department df. On which particular key actually we want to join? So if you will see, what is the common key which is available in the both the table, both the data frame? Employee ID is available in the first data frame and user is available in the second data frame. So based on that actually we want to join. So what you have to write, so I want to join employee. From our first data frame we have a employee ID column equal to the, from the second data frame I have a user column. So from this particular data frame, for first data frame we have a employee ID column, from the second data frame we have a user column. So based on that we want to do a joining. After that you have to write inner, because you want to perform an inner join, and then you have to write dot show, and then you have to execute it. Let's see whether we will get only the common record from the both the table or not. You can see 1 2 3 4 only I am getting, so because 1 2 3 4 only is common in between the both the table. 1 2 3 4 is available here, as well as the 1 2 3 4 is available here. Means in the case of the inner join you will get only the common records from both the table. Now how, let's see how actually we can perform a left join. In the case of the left join, what you have to write? First you have to write first data frame dot join, you have to write second data frame, comma, based on which particular column you want to join. I want to join based on the from the first table based on the employee ID, and from the second table equal department df dot user column, comma, which join you want to perform? Left join, so I will write left dot show. If I will execute this, I should get all the record from the left table. You can see all the record from the left table, and whatever is not matching I am getting as a null from the right table. So that is a left join. Now if you have to perform a right join, then what you have to write? You have to write the same, only this left you have to change as a right. Once you will change left to the right, this will work the right join. In this case all the records we are getting from the right table, only the matching records we are getting from the left table, others are becoming null. Similarly we can perform a full outer also. So we have to write the same syntax, only we have to write full outer. Once you will do this, so you can see this I am getting error, it should be full outer. So you can see we are getting all the record, whatever is not matching it's coming as a null. Now similarly let's see other join. We have a left semi join also, so let's see how actually it will work. So I will use the left semi here. So you can see only it only is common record which is available in left table we are getting, and if you will use a left anti, so you have to write left empty here. Whatever is not matching in the left table, that records only it is showing. So like that actually we can perform all the kind of the joining operation. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this video. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the union and union all transformation. So union and union all transformation, generally we use to merge two or more data frame of the same schema or structure. For taking example, suppose I have one data frame 1, I have second data frame 2, and these two I want to combine, then I can use a union and union all. It is similar to the SQL. In a SQL also we perform a union operation, right? Here also it works in the same way. Let's take with the example. Suppose I have a 2 data frame. This is my first data frame where I have a employee ID 1 to 6 information. I have another data frame, here I have a 7 to 12 information. You can see schema also is same. We have a employee ID, name, salary and the location column. Here also we have a same employee ID, name, salary and location column, and their data types and everything is same, and we have a same number of column available in the both the places. Now this is the scenario. The scenario is like we should have a same schema and the same structure. So you can see we have a employee ID, he name, salary and the location. Similar kind of the structure is also available here, and the data type is also almost same. Now if you want to combine these two, then we can use a union. So whenever you will combine this, so what will be the output you will get? You will get the output like this. So you will get the first and then the second, means all the records you will get. So this is a union. So with the help of the union, this will be the output I will get. This will merge two data frame, and this will be the output of the all the records we will get. So let me open my Databricks account. So this is my Databricks account. Here let's create a data frame. Let's try to perform the same operation. So what I am doing, I am importing a library. First is the PySpark. Second is the from PySpark SQL function. I am importing the Spark session. You can see I have a this data. You can see we have a James, sales and New York, and this all the values, and I have a few columns. So you can see employee name, department, state, salary, age, bonus. Similarly I have another data too. I have a columns. So with this data and the column, I want to create a data frame. So how actually I can create? So I have to write df spark dot create data frame. So previously we have seen, like, if we have a data that is available in a CSV format and if we are uploading, then how actually we were creating a data frame is spark.read.csv. Now suppose you have a data like this, you have a data and the columns, and based on that if you want to create a data frame, so how actually we can create? We have to pass df spark.create data frame, and then we have to pass the data as well as the schema. So what we have to write here, data equal to the data1. What is our data? So first we have to define what is the data equal to the data1. This is the data. And what is my schema? That also we have to define. So schema is equal to the columns. This is the columns which we are defining, right? So that we have to write columns, and after that we have to do df dot. So if I'll do that, I will be able to create a one data frame with the help of this. Now here also if you have to create a same data frame, let's create a data frame 2, and here also we have to write in the same way spark dot. You can see I have an employee name, department, state, salary, age, bonus, and these are the data. Based on that data frame got created. I have another one with the data 2. So here what I will write, df2 I am creating spark dot read dot data frame, sorry, spark dot create data frame. I have to first pass the data equal to the data 2, and also I have to pass the schema which is the columns 2, and after that I will just use the df2 dot show. So this will be my second data frame. We have a employee name and all the others details. Now these two data frame I want to merge. So what is the first condition? First condition is the our data frame schema should be same. So if I'll check the schema for the df, we have a same schema in the df2 also. If I'll check that in a df2 dot print schema, if I'll do, the schema is almost same. You can see we have a employer names, string, department string, everything is string, long, this all the format. Now what actually we want to do, we want to combine this. So how actually we can perform a union operation? First you have to write the first data frame, then you have to write a union, and after that you have to write the second one, df2. This is the simple step, df dot union, and after that you have to pass the second data frame dot show. If I'll do, let me execute. So I should get all the record. You can see first 4 record from the first data frame, then the another data frame. So like this actually we can combine this. So this is for the union. If you want to perform a union all, then we can use a df dot union all and df2 dot show. In this case also you will get the record. So I am getting the same output. So but union, both are looking same, right? These are not removing the duplicates. So in the case of the union also I am getting all the duplicate records. In the case of the union all also I am getting a duplicate records, and this union all actually got deprecated from the Spark 2 version. Generally it is recommended to use a union only, not a union all. If you want to have a unique records, then what actually you can use, df.union df2, and after that also you can pass the dot distinct. If you want to have only the unique record, then you can pass dot distinct dot show. If you will do, you should get the unique records only. So union and union all both are looking same, but if you will use a dot distinct, you will get only the unique record. You can see I have a total 7 records, but in the case when I am applying a union and union all, I am getting a duplicate records also, the multiple records also. But in the case of distinct, this unique records only I am getting. So like that, if you have to combine two data frame, we can use a union and union all. This will not remove the duplicates, and it is recommended to use a union only, not union all. And if you want to have a duplicate, if you want to remove the duplicate record, then you can also use a distinct. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to see about the fill and fill na function in a PySpark. Fill and fill na generally we use whenever you have to replace any null value with certain values, then we can use a fill na column. It is a very much useful because whenever you perform a data cleaning operation, you will get a scenario like you will be having a data set containing multiple null values and that you want to replace with certain values. In that case, you can use a fill na. So let's do a practical. So I have one of the file. This is the sample data set I have. What I will do, I will just try to upload that. I'll go to catalog, click on the create table. I'll just try to upload that particular file, sample.csv file. This is the sample.csv file. I'll just click here, and this is the particular location. So I will just copy this and I will go to the my notebook and I will just paste this particular location. My file is available. I want to read that. How actually we can read that? We can create a data frame, right? So how actually we will create df equal to the spark dot read dot csv, and after that we will pass the location, and after that what we will make header equal to the true, and after that I will make the df dot show. If I'll do this, you will see our data frame. You can see this is my data frame. In this type column I have a multiple null value. In a city also I have a multiple null value. In a population column also I have a null value. Now if I'll do df dot na dot fill, and if I want to replace with the blank value dot show, if I'll write, now let's see what will be the output we'll get. So you can see whenever I am writing df dot na dot fill with all the blank value wherever null is there, so you can see in the type column wherever the null was coming, now it is coming a blank value. Similarly in a population also, if I'll make this certain value like unknown, that also you can do. If I'll do unknown, wherever the null value will be there, that will get replaced with the unknown. So that kind of the flexibility we get. So this is a df.na.fill. If I write df.fill na, and here also let's do the same thing. I want to replace with the blank value dot show. If I'll do, it will work in the same way. In the all the column it got replaced. Now suppose you have your requirement is like you want to replace only a specific column, then how actually we can do? So suppose if in a specific column we have to replace, then we have to write df.na.fill or df.fill na. You can write what is the value you want to replace. I want to replace with a blank value but only in a city column. So what you have to do, comma and bracket, you have to write a city. In the city column only I want to replace with the blank value dot show. If I'll do, so you should see it should get replaced only in the city. So you can see in a city column only it got replaced with the blank value. In a type still we can see the null value. Similarly, suppose you want to do it for the multiple column, so after that also you can write df.na.fill city, and also you want to do it for the population column. So how actually you can write dot na.fill, I want to replace with the other, on which particular column I want to do it in a population column. So I will write population. Now if I will do dot show, you can see in population column it got replaced with the other, in city column it got replaced with this. So what I have written df.na.fill, I want to replace the city column with the blank value, so that I have mentioned .na.fill other in a population column. So like that also we can do that. Now one thing you have to remember, suppose as of now if you will see in our data frame, if I show you the schema df.print schema, if I'll do, everything is in a string format, so it was working fine. Now suppose let me make this as a infer schema true also, like the proper schema also, infer schema true. So now if I show you the schema, you can see population will become the integer. Now if I will perform the same operation df.na.fill, so I want to replace all the null value with the unknown. If I will do that, so you can see only in the type and the city column it got replaced. In the population column it didn't get replaced, because the population column is the integer value, right? We had defined already. So there actually it is not reflecting, it is reflecting only in the string column. But if I make this 0 dot so, in this case I am replacing only the integer, so only integer column only it will got replaced. You can see city and type it didn't got replaced. So based on the schema type actually value will get replaced, that you have to remember. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the collect. Collect is one of the action operation that generally we use to retrieve all the elements of a data set. This generally we use for the smaller data set, usually after filter and group. If you want to see your data, then you can use a df.collect and all the elements of the data you will get to see. So we have to remember df.collect generally we have to use for the smaller data set. If you will use this for the larger data set, then you will get out of memory errors. That is the one thing you have to remember. So suppose we have a data frame df. If you want to see the elements, then what actually you can write df.collect and all the data you will get retrieve and you will be able to see. So that is the simple one. So collect is a action type that actually we use to retrieve all the elements of a data set, that we have to remember. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to discuss about struct type and struct field. Struct type and struct field, it is a very much important interview question also. So generally they will ask like what is the difference between the struct type and struct field, when we use a struct type and struct field. So these all the thing actually we are going to discuss in this particular video. So let's start. So struct type and struct field generally we use to define the structure of a data frame. So this definition you have to remember. Struct type and struct field we use to define the structure of a data frame. Let's take an example. With that example, let's understand. Suppose I have a data in a CSV format. I am getting a data, and data is coming like this. Like I am getting a data 1, I am getting a data name, and after that I am getting a USA, and after that I am getting a 10,000. Similarly, in the second row I am getting like ABC, and after that UK and the 30,000. Like this the data actually I am getting. In this CSV file, if you will see, I don't have any proper header which will tell like this 1 2 is representing the ID, Manish ABC is representing the name, USA UK is representing the location, 90,000 30,000 is representing the salary column. This kind of the information I am not getting in a CSV. So with the help of this data, if you will create a data frame, then you will not be having any column and you will not be having a proper structure of that particular data frame. Now if you had to define the proper structure of a data frame, what actually we can use, with the help of the struct type and struct field, we can define the structure of a data frame. We can define like this: 1 2 is representing the what should be a name for this 1 2, the name should be ID, so we can define that. What should be a data type, like the data type should be an integer type, right? So this all the thing actually we can define that. So with the help of the struct field, we can define what should be the name, what should be the data type, whether it should contain the nullable status, nullable should be a true or false. This all the things actually we can define with the help of the struct field. So whenever in your data frame, whenever you have to define the structure of a data frame, we can use the struct type and struct field. Suppose your data is coming like this: one I have, after that in the form of the array you are getting a data, like something something in the form of the array you are getting a data. Now if you had to define the schema for this complex data type also, that is also possible with the help of the struct type and the struct field. So let's understand what is the difference between the struct type and struct field. So struct field will represent the field in schema, and with the help of this we can define like what should be the name and what should be the data type, and whether what should be the nullable status, like whether it should be a true or false. So with the help of the struct field we can define the name and data type. Now question is like what is struct type? So struct type is a collection of a struct field that we have to remember. So struct field, with the help of the struct field, we can define the name and id, this all the schema. But suppose you are defining for the multiple column, that actually the collection of a struct field we are calling as a struct type. So that actually we have to remember. So whenever you have to define the proper schema on your data frame, and that is a very essential in a real time also, then actually we use a struct type and struct field. Let's do a practical and let's understand my Databricks. So I have created one notebook, Python I have selected, and my cluster is also ready. Now suppose I have given one data, so let me define one data. Sup Suppose I have a one data, and this data looks like this. Like you have a one, and you have a name, and also you have a location. Like this actually you are getting a data. Suppose I have data like this. Now what will be your first step? First step is like, based on this data I will create one data frame. So how actually I can create a data frame? So previously I was using a spark.create.data frame, right? So with the help of the spark.create data frame, and I'll pass the data, and based on this actually the data frame should be ready. Now if I will show you df.show, that you can see data frame got created and I am able to read this data, but you can see the column is not defined properly. So how actually we were defining a column? So we were defining a columns like we were any variable, and here only we were defining like this id, name, location, like this actually we were doing. Now these columns if I will pass here, I should get a proper schema. So if I will show you, you can see, and now my column name contain id, name, location, and if I will do a df.print schema, so let's see what is the schema it contain. You can see id automatically it took the long, name it took the string, location it took the string. Based on the value actually it is taking a randomly, like id should be a long and a label should be true, this all the things. But generally when we work in a real time, right, we define the schema properly, so that particular column should contain the proper schema. Like id should be integer type, name should be string type, location should be string type. If any column is there which contain the float type, then we will define the doubles. So everything we try to do that. So how actually we can do that? With the help of the struct type and struct field actually we can do that. So let's see how actually we can import that. First thing is like you have to import from PySpark .sql.type. You have to import structure field, struct field, and also struct type, and also integer type, and also string type. Now what actually we were doing, like this actually the column we were defining, right? Now what we will do, we'll create one proper schema. So we will write one variable name as a schema, and in this schema we will use the struct type and the struct field. So what is struct type? Struct type is a collection of a structure field, right? So with the help of the struct field only we will define the schema. So first we have to write struct type. Under this we will use a struct field and open bracket, and here only we will define what should be name. My first column name should be id, and what is the data type? So we will define the data type should be a integer type. So this all the thing we have to define here, integer type. So what I am doing, under this struct field I am giving the name should be id, the for first column, and the data type should be an integer type. So I am defining the schema with the help of the struct field. Now what is struct type? It is a collection of struct field, right? So we can use a multiple struct field. So after that you have to put comma, and you can define for the multiple columns. So I will use this for the other column also. I will define the second column is a name, and it should be string type. So I will use a string type. Similarly, I will define it for the other column also. The last column is location, so I will make for the location also. The name should be a location and it should be a string type only. String type. After that, you have to close the bracket. Now this schema I can pass here. Once you will pass, now if I will execute this, you can see it got defined like id, name, location, and you can see id is integer type, name is string type, location is string type. Like that, the proper schema actually we are able to define with the help of the struct field and the struct type. So what is struct type? It is a collection of struct field. With the help of the struct field, we can define the name, schema, and the data types and all. So that is the thing we have to remember. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the pivot and unpivot operation and how actually we can perform in a PySpark, that we are going to see. So let us first understand when we have to perform a pivot and when we have to perform an unpivot. So pivot operation means whenever you have a row values and that row values if you want to convert into the column, then you will use a pivot operation. And unpivot is just opposite. So in the case of the unpivot, whenever you have a multiple column value and that column value you want to convert into the row, then you will use a unpivot operation. Let's take an example. Suppose I have a data like this. In this data you can see I have a product, amount, and the country. In this case you can see in the country we have a India, China, USA. So this row value if you want to convert into a column, then what actually you can use a pivot operation. We have a pivot function in a PySpark. So suppose I want a output like this. I want a output like I should have a product column. I should have a one column for the India. I should have one column for the China. I should have one column for the USA, and this corresponding value will represent here. Here it will be the value and here will be the product. Means what actually I am doing, this row value I am converting into the column. So in this case what I will use a pivot function which is available in a PySpark. So one thing we have to remember, based on the unique value which is present into this column, right, that value only will convert into the column. So that is the one thing you can remember. You can see in the country we have a India 2 times, right, but based on what is the unique value here, India, China, and USA, these are the unique value, right, so that only will convert into a column, not all the value. So whenever you have to convert row value into the column, then you will use a pivot function. Unpivot is a just opposite. Suppose you have a data like this, product India, China, and the USA. Now this multiple column if you want to convert into a row, then what you will use a unpivot operation. So to perform unpivot operation, we have one of the library expr in a PySpark. So that actually we will use, and with the help of that we can perform an unpivot operation. So pivot operation, whenever you have to convert row into the column, then you will use a pivot. Unpivot, whenever you have to convert multiple column into a row, then you will use a unpivot operation. Let's do a practical and let's understand. So I have created one Databricks notebook and you can see this is the data I have. I have created a cluster also. This is the data I have as of now. Let's first create a data frame out of it. So I'll create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? Spark dot create data frame, and after that we will pass the data and also we will pass the columns. And after that what I will do, df dot show, if I will do, I should be able to view the data frame. So based on this data, first I am creating a data frame. So here you can see I have a column name as a product, I have a column name as amount, I have a column name as a country, and this is the data I have, and you can see one data frame got created. Now what actually I want this country, whatever the unique value of the country, right, that I want to convert into a column. Based on that I want to convert that. So how actually I can use that? So let's see. If you had to do that, then we had to use a pivot function. So how actually we can do that? We had to write df, and after that we had to group by. So based on which particular column we want to group, I want to group based on the product, because this product will be as it is, right? So I will use the, I want to group based on that, based on the product. Now after that we have to use a pivot based on which particular column, based on which particular row value you want to convert into the column. based on this country, the unique value of the country values, right? I want to convert into the column, so I will use pivot and that particular column name. So this is the country, right? So I will mention the country, and whatever the amount, right, that we will do a sum. So based on that, the aggregation will happen, sum of the amount and the amount. Let's execute. So let's do dot show also, so that we will be able to view. Now you can see it got executed. So what we have done, we have created, we are first doing a group by based on the product. So whatever the product, I want all the product as it is, right? So I am just grouping based on the product, and whatever the country value we have, that country value I want to convert into a column. So you can see we have a unique value like USA, China, Canada and the Mexico, right? This value got converted into a column because I have used a pivot and the particular column name, country column name. And after that, what I am doing, and the sum of the amount I am doing. So whatever the amount, right? So based on the grouping, it is doing a sum. So like this, actually we can convert from a row to the column. So it is very simple, right? Now let's see how actually we can perform an unpivot operation. So what I will do, this value I will convert into one data frame, df1 dot, so I will remove, and if I will execute this, and if I'll show you the data df1 dot show, I have a data frame like this. Now suppose you have a data frame like this. In this data frame, if you will see, we have a product column and we have a multiple column like Canada, China, Mexico, USA. But how actually I want to output, like I want to output like this. I want to have one column name as a product. I want to have one column name as a country. In this country, this all the column values will be there, like the Canada, China, Mexico and the USA. And I also want all one column name as a total. In this total, this all the value will be there. So I want output like this. So for the orange, you can see, right, this is the orange, country will be the Canada, and the value will be the this, you can see we have a null value also, right, null. Similarly, after that we will get a value for the beans. In this beans, we will be having a Canada only, and this value will be the null. Similarly for the banana, similarly for the carrot, this will be like this. And after that, for the China, what will be value, we will be having again orange, and this will be a China, and this value will represent into the total column like the 4000. So like this, actually I want the output, means I want to convert this all the column into a row in the form of the row. So for that we have to use an unpivot function. So how actually we can do, so for that we have to import one library first in a PySpark. So how actually we can import, from PySpark dot SQL dot function, we have to import expr. This is what we will use, expr, to convert row to a, from column to a row. Now what we have to write, and after that we have to write df1 dot select. So we have one column name as a product, right? So that product I want as it is, so I will write a product. If I show you in a data frame, I have a product column, right? So this product column I want as it is, I will write the product as it is. Now after that I want one column name as a country and the total. So for that we will use an expression, and with the help of the expression and the stack, we will try to convert this column into a row. So we have to write expression. After that we will use a stack function. So in a double quote, what you have to write, stack. With the help of the expression and stack, we will try to convert column into a row. So what actually I will write, suppose only one column you want to convert into a row. So in this case, what you will mention, 1. And after that, which particular column, this Canada will come into this country column, right? So in a single quote I will mention the Canada, and after that I will use a comma, and I want third column name as a total. This total will represent this all the value. So this column I will copy as it is without a quote. So first I will write expression, under this expression double quote, stack we have to write. Suppose you only have to convert one column into row, then you will mention 1. And what will be the country column? In the country column this Canada will come, right? And in the total column what value will come? So whatever is present into this Canada column, it will come, so I will mention as it is. We also want to have a column name as a country and total, right? So this Canada will represent the country and this Canada will represent the total value. So I will use a alias as country comma total. Once you will do this, after that dot show if I will do, let's see what is the output we are getting. So we forgot to close one more bracket. Now I will execute this. Now you can see we have a product, because we only wanted to convert one column into a row, so we have mentioned one here, right? And we have created one column name as a country column name, and this Canada will represent this country value, and whatever the column value present, right, this null 20,000 that is coming into the total. So like that actually we had to do for the unpaired. Now you can see I have a multiple column. So suppose this China also I want convert, I want Canada as well as the China, these two column I want to convert into a row. So in this case what I will mention 2, and after that you have to write the same. After that you have to write a in single quote China. So this China I want to convert, and the value will represent this China without quote. So if I'll do this dot show, you can see Canada and the China and corresponding total value is coming. Means we have converted column to a row. Similarly, the third column, the Mexico also you want to convert, so you will mention 3 here, and comma you can write in single quote Mexico, and without quote you have to write a Mexico. This Mexico will represent this value. Now if I will execute this, you can see Mexico value also is coming. So what you have to write? First you have to select which particular column you want as it is. Product column will be as it is I want, right? So I will use that. After that, with the help of the expression and stack, we will try to convert column into a row. So how many columns are there that you want to convert into a row? First you have to mention that. So suppose we have a 4 column here, right? So I will mention the 4 here. Now after that, we are going to create a 2 column, right? One is the country column and the total column. So what I will write in the country column, what value will go? So in country column, this all the value will go. So what I will write, this Canada in a single quote I will write the country. For the country in a single quote I will write, and in the total will represent this Canada value. This value will represent the column. So without quote you have to write the Canada. Similarly for the China we want, so in a single quote China I will write, and without single quote China I have to write Mexico. Without quote if you write Mexico, that will represent the total. So like that actually we had to convert from a column to a row. It's a little bit tricky, but if you will practice 2 to 3 times it will be clear. So try to do a practice. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so we'll continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to see about the UDF user defined function in a PySpark. So how actually we can create a UDF function in a PySpark we are going to see, and what is the use case that also we are going to understand. So let us understand. It is a most useful feature of a Spark SQL and DataFrame that is used to extend the PySpark built-in capability. Let's take an example, and with that example let's try to understand. Suppose let's take one scenario. Suppose you have one of the data frame. In this data frame you have a multiple column, like column 1, column 2, column 3, like that you have a multiple column. Now one of the column is representing the timestamp, like you have a date and also the timestamp format. The data is available like 23/1/2000, like that you have a timestamp. In the timestamp you are getting a data. Now suppose your requirement is like you have to convert this timestamp into the date. Then what actually you will use? In a PySpark we have a few inbuilt functions are available. So what actually I will use a toDate function, and I will pass this column. Now what actually it will do, it will try to convert my timestamp into a date, and I will get a result like this 2024/06 and the 12. So this is the output I will get when I will use a toDate. So from timestamp to date, if we had to convert, then what actually I was using a toDate inbuilt function which is available in a PySpark. Now suppose you have a specific requirement, and for that specific requirement there is no inbuilt function is available in a PySpark. Then what actually we can do, we can create our own function. And how actually we can create, with the help of the UDF, user defined function, we can create our own function. And then function we can use anywhere in the data frame, like we can reuse that function multiple places. So that is the advantage we get in a UDF. So if you already have a built-in function available, then you can directly use. But suppose if you have to create your own function, then what actually we'll use, with the help of the UDF we can create that. So UDF are used to extend the function of a framework and reuse this function on a multiple data frame. Now let's take an example. Suppose you have a requirement. Now suppose you have one of the column. In this column you are getting all the name like this, Manish, Rani and all. Now what is your requirement? You want to convert this first letter into a capital case. So like this actually you want the output, like the first letter should be in capital, and like that this is the output you want. So for this we don't have any inbuilt functions available in a PySpark. So what actually we can do, we can create our own function with the help of the UDF. We can write our Python code, and with the help of the UDF function we can reuse that function in a multiple places. So that is the advantage we get. One thing you have to remember, UDF are most expensive operations, hence we have to use them only. You have no choice and when essential. Whenever it is a very much essential and there is no other choice, then only use a UDF, because it is a most expensive operation from the computation perspective. So that is the one thing you have to remember. So let's try to do a practical and let's understand. So I have a data, I have a column. So let's first create a data frame here. How to create a data frame? You can write spark dot create data frame, and with the help of that we can pass the data and our value. So I will write spark dot create data frame. Here I will pass the data as well as the columns. This is the column, right? So this also I will pass, and after that I will do df dot show. I should be able to view the data frame. Now my data frame is created. So I have a department name, department ID. Now what is my requirement? My requirement is like I want to have one more column, and in that column 10 plus 1 will add, 20 plus 1 will add, 30 plus 1 will add, 40 plus 1 will add. So I want one more column. In that column department ID plus 1, that is the output I want. Like plus 1 I want to do with this department ID. So how actually I can do? So if you have to do plus 1 in any of the specific column, for that we don't have any specific inbuilt function available in a PySpark. So what actually I can do, I can create my own function for that. So let's try to see how actually I can create my own function. So I will use add 1, and here I will pass a, and what I will do, return a plus 1. So this is the one function I have written. In this function what is happening, if anyone pass will any value, and you will get the output as a plus 1. For taking example, suppose if I will pass add 1 10, then I should get a value as a 11. You can see 11 I am getting. So whatever the value I will pass, I will get the plus 1 value. If I will pass 20, then I will get a 20 plus 1 21. So I have created my own function here. Now this add 1 function, whatever function you have created based on your logic, now if you have to use in any of the data frame in UDF, what you have to do, first you have to register it. So how actually we can register it? So you can create a add 1 df, any name you can pass here, one parameter, and you will use a UDF. You will try to register this function. So under this UDF you pass this, and after that you can pass the type. What will be the type? So I want a type long type, so I will use that. This long type we have to import also. So how actually we can import? To import you have to use from PySpark .sql.type. You have to import long type. So we have registered this UDF, this function we have registered. Now let me execute this. Once you will execute, now in the data frame let's try to use. So what I will use, df.select. I want to use department name as it is. So I want to have a column department name, so I will use department name. I also want to see department ID also, so I will use the department ID also. Now I also want one more column that will be a plus one of the department ID. So what I will use? I will use this one which I have created, and I will pass the department ID here. In this case, I will pass the department ID. Now I am using this UDF function, and there I am passing department ID, and after that I will do dot show. Now let me execute. Now you can see I have got created one more column, and that column is representing the 10 plus 1, 20 plus 1, 21, 30 plus 1, 31, 40 plus 1, 41. So like that actually we can create our own function. Similarly, suppose you have a requirement where you want to convert this all in a lower case. For that also you can create your own function. If already functions are available in field function, that you can use as it is, but suppose you have a specific requirement, then you can create your own function. With the help of UDF you can register that, and you can use in your data frame. You can use in multiple data frames. Suppose one more column there you have to add a plus one, then you can use the same function again and again. So that is the advantage we get. Suppose you have a scenario where you have to send an email to any specific user. So what actually you can do, you can create one your own function, and that function what actually it will do, it will try to send a mail to the specific one. Based on the user input, it will send an email. So that kind of the function you can create, you can register with the help of the UDF, and that you can use in your data frame. So that kind of the advantage we get. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the transform function in a PySpark. It is used to perform a custom transformation in a data frame. For taking example, suppose I have one of the data frame. In this data frame I want to perform some kind of the custom transformation. I want to apply that logic. Then what actually I will use? I will use a transform function. Let's take an example. Suppose I have one of the data frame. In this data frame I have a multiple columns like ID. I have a ID, I have a name, I have a salary. Like that the multiple columns are available. Now to transform this data, what actually we have done, we have created one function. What in this function we have written a multiple lines of the code, and we are trying to return the data frame. Now whatever the logic we have applied in this data frame to transform our data, now if this logic if you want to apply in any of the data frame, then with the help of the transform function we can do that. Let's do a one practical, and with that practical let's understand more. So I have a data. Suppose I have a data one money is 10,000. I have a column also. Let's first create a data frame first. Df equal to the spark dot create data frame. We will pass the data, and also we'll pass the columns. So I have a data like this. I have ID, name, and the salary. Now suppose I have to perform some kind of the transformation. So suppose this name column, right? This name column I want to convert into the uppercase. So for that I will write one logic. I will give one example first. So what actually I am doing, I want to convert this name column into upper. So for that I am writing one function. Here I will pass the data frame, and what I will return, I will return df dot with column this name I want to convert into the upper. So we have one of the upper function, and that will convert this name into a uppercase. So this upper we have to import. So for that what I will write, from PySpark dot SQL dot function import upper. So what I have done, I have written one logic. In this logic I have applied what actually I am doing, I am converting whatever the name column is available in a data frame, it is converting into the uppercase. So that is the logic I have applied. So for that I have created one function. Now if this function if you had to apply into the existing data frame, then what actually we will use, we will use a transform function. So let me execute this. It's a return spelling mistake. Now if I want to apply this into this particular data frame, then what I will use, I will use a df dot transform function, and what I will pass, I will pass this particular function name. Now if I will do this, and if I'll make the show, now in this case my name column should get converted into the uppercase. You can see the name column got converted into the uppercase. So if you have any complex logic, if you have to transform any of the data, so to transform a data you have written one logic, you have written one function, and if that function, if you have to apply in any of the data frame, then what we will use, we will use a transform function. So that is the use case. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so we'll continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to learn about the temporary view. How actually we can create a temporary view in a PySpark, that actually we are going to learn. It is a very much important and a useful topic, because once you will learn this topic, then if you are good in a SQL, then you can write any kind of the SQL query and you can achieve your result. Means what actually happening with the help of this temporary view, you can convert any of the data frame into a table, and in on top of this table you can write any kind of the SQL query. So if you are good in the SQL query, then you can convert any data frame into a table. On top of that table you can write any kind of the SQL query, and then you can perform all the kind of the data cleaning operations, all the kind of the thing you can do that. So that is the advantage we get. So let's understand. So create or replace temp view. With the help of this we can create a temporary view. We can create a temporary view. We are writing temp, right? This means we are creating a temporary view. What is temporary views? Temporary views are a virtual table. It is not a physical table which is stored anywhere. It is like a temporary table that you have to remember. It is like a virtual table. They are not stored in the catalog or only visible to the current session. So only on the current session you will see that table, like temporary table will be available. Once the session will end, you will not be able to set that temporary view. So that is the thing we have to remember. Temporary view allow you to reuse the result of a complex query or data frame without creating a permanent table. So with the help of the temporary view, we can reuse any of the data frame or the complex query if you have written, that actually you can reuse again and again with the help of the temporary view concept. So that is the thing. So what is the use case? With the help of the create or replace temp view, we can convert any of the data frame into a view. It's kind of the temporary view. It will not be a permanent. During that session, one virtual table will be created, and on top of this virtual table we can write any kind of the SQL query. We can write any kind of the SQL query, and after that if you have to perform any kind of the analysis, or if you have to do any kind of the data cleaning, you can write any kind of the SQL query and you can get that. Once the session will end, this temporary view will not be accessible, so that you have to remember. So let's do a practical and let's understand. So I have one of the data and I have a column. Let's first create a data frame, and then we will see how actually we can create a temporary view. So what I will write to create a data frame, I will write df spark dot create. I have to select my cluster also. So this lab I will select first. Now I will write df equal to the spark dot create data frame. I will pass the data and I will pass the columns. So what I am passing? I am passing this data and I am passing these columns. With the help of that, I am creating a data frames. So if I will do a df.show, I should be able to view my data frame. Let's see whether our data frame is getting created or not. You can see we have a data frame. Now in this data frame you can see we have a ID, we have a name and the salary. Now suppose this data frame you want to convert into the view, you want to create a temporary view, then how actually you can do? You have to write df whatever the data frame you have dot, after that you have to write create or replace temp view. You can see create or replace temp view, right? So you have to write this. You can see R is in capital, T is in capital, V is in capital, that you have to remember, O is in capital. What you will do, df dot create or replace temp view you will write, and after that you can give any of the name, like suppose you want your table, so table name should be employee, then you can write a employee. So once you will do this, let me execute. One temporary view got created. So this is the syntax. With the help of the create or replace temporary view, we can create any kind of the temporary view. Now one one virtual table got created. On this virtual table we can write any kind of the query. So how actually we can write a query? If you have to write any kind of the SQL query, what you have to write? %SQL After that you can write any kind of the query, like select star from table name, right? What is my table name? Employee is my table name. Employee I have given, right? So I will write employee. Now if I'll execute, you can see I am getting the same result. Like I have a ID, I have a name and the salary, whatever I was having. So I have converted this data frame into a one temporary view. With the help of the temporary view, one virtual table got created. On top of this virtual table, I can write any kind of the SQL query. To write a SQL query, you have to write %SQL select star from employee. That you have to remember. Now you have to remember only in this particular session this view will be available. Like if anyone else want to access this, then they will not be able to access. Only or during this particular session this is available. So this is a virtual table. Now suppose I want to find out the what is the maximum salary, then how actually we can write SQL query. So what I will write, select maximum salary from employee table. If I'll write this, I will get the what is the maximum salary from the employee table. You can see 50,000 is the maximum salary, right? So like that you can perform any kind of the operation. Suppose you want to convert this name into the uppercase. So to convert this in uppercase, so in a PySpark we were writing some upper function and then we were doing, right? But with the help of the SQL we have a directly inbuilt function. So what actually we can write, select upper name from a employee table. If I will write this, name will get converted into the uppercase. You can see all the name got converted into the uppercase. Similarly, if you want a salary, that also you can write. So in this case you will get the name as well as the salary. So that is the use case. So with the help of the create or replace temp view, we can convert any kind of the data frame into a temporary view, and with the help of this temporary view will help to write any kind of the SQL code. It will try to create one virtual table. On top of this virtual table you can write any kind of the SQL code, and general use case is like this temporary view actually you can reuse in multiple places during that session. So that is the advantage we get. Now suppose you have any of the CSV file. That CSV file is available in one of the DBFS location. With the help of this CSV file you want to convert into a temporary view. So how actually we can do that? So it is the same step. What we have to do, we have to create first data frame. So with the help of this data frame, first we will try to read this CSV file. So what we will write, df equal to the spark dot read dot CSV, and we will pass the location, whatever the location the file is available, that we will pass. And after that we will pass the header equal to the true if the first line contain the header, and also we will pass the infer schema true. Infer schema true. Once you will do that, your data frame will get created. Now this data frame, if you have to convert into a temporary view, then what you have to write, df dot create or replace temp view. Df dot create or replace temp view. How actually you can write? So we have this command, right? Here we have written df dot create or replace temp view. So the use case is like any of the file, whether it is a CSV or any of the file. First you have to read that, you have to convert into the data frame, and after converting this data frame you can convert this into a temporary view, and on top of this temporary view you can write any kind of the SQL code. So that is the use case. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to see about the Windows function in a PySpark. It is a very much important topic and the useful topic, so we should know about the Windows function. In a SQL also we use a different Windows function like row number, rank, dense rank, lag, lead. In a PySpark also we can use the same one. So that actually we are going to discuss, like how actually we can use the same row number, rank, dense rank, lag, lead in a PySpark, that we are going to see. So if I show you in a SQL how actually we use a row number. So we write a query like this, select row number, and after that if you had to group by any column, then we write partition by, and if you had to order based on the certain column, then we write order by salary, and we create a new column, write rn or something name you can give, and based on that we try to filter. So the use case is like, suppose I had to find out the fourth highest salary. So in this case what I will do, I'll use a row number, I will assign a rank based on their salary, based on the descending order of the salary. Now you can see based on their descending order of the salary, I assign the rank. Who is the top? Top is the 40,000 in highest salary, so I assigned a rank 1. Who is the second? So 34,000, so for this I assigned a rank 2. So like that, based on their salary order, I assign a rank. So if anyone is saying like to find out the fifth highest salary, so then what I will do, select star from this table where row number equal to the 5. So this row number column we had to derive. So how actually we can derive? With the help of this query, actually we can derive this row number and the rank. And then if anyone is asking like to find out the fourth highest salary, then we will do select star from table where row number equal to the 4, then you will get the fourth highest salary. If anyone is saying like to find out the second highest salary, then what we will do, select star from table where row number equal to 2, then we will get the second highest salary. So this is the very useful case which generally get. So there are different use case, like we have a row number, rank and dance rank. So based on the use case, actually we use, suppose you have a duplicate scenario. So in this duplicate scenario, we use a dance rank and the rank concept. So you can see 20,000 and the 20,000. So in the, if you use a row number, then it will assign all the number in a sequential manner. You can see both the 20,000 are the same salary, right? But it assigned the rank 3 and the 4 randomly. But when you will use a dense rank and if any duplicate value is there, so for the duplicate value 20,000, it will assign the same rank. You can see it assigned the same rank 3 and 3, and after that fourth is coming and then fifth is coming. But when you will use a rank, it will assign the same rank for the 20,000. You can see it assigned the 3 and 3. After that the fourth rank should come, right? But fourth it will skip because we have a duplicate entry, we have a duplicate record, so it will assign the same rank and then it will skip the 4 and it will directly assign the 5 and then the 6. So these are the different use case we have. In that case we use a different kind of the windows function like row number, rank, dance rank. We also have a lag, so if you have to suppose find out the previous value, then we use a lag. If you have to find out the next value, then we use a lead function. So these are the different windows functions are available in a SQL and in a PySpark also. So let us see how actually we can use in a PySpark. So let me open my Databricks. You can see I have a one data. So this is the data I have. With this data and the column, I have created one data frame df. Now in this data frame, suppose you have to use a row number based on their country and based on their salary and the country, you have to assign a rank. In a SQL we use a row number, right? In PySpark, let us see how actually we can do that. So for that, first you have to import one library from PySpark dot SQL dot window import window. After that we have to write, we will define one parameter. You can give any name. I am giving this name as a window. We have imported this, right? So we will use this window dot partition by. So based on which particular column we want to partition. So I want to partition based on the country. So I will write partition by and the country. So based on the country I want to partition. So I will write window dot partition by country dot order by, B will be the capital, based on the salary. So I will write the salary. By default, if you are not mentioning the ascending descending, so it will be ascending only. So what actually I am writing, window dot partition by country and order by salary. So in a SQL also, if you will see, we write like this, right? Partition by column name and the order by. So here also we have written in the same window dot partition by column name and order by salary. Now we also had to use a row number, right? So after that, what we will use, in a df we are creating a new column. So we will write df dot withColumn and I will give the name as a rn. We are going to use a row number, so I will use a row number and dot over, and you have to pass this window whatever you have defined. So I'll write the window here, over window. Now if I'll do the dot show, you will see one rank new column got created, and this new column based on their country, we are grouping based on the country, right? So you can see UK and UK, and based on their ascending order the salary, one rank got assigned. 5,000 is lowest salary, so it assigned the rank 1. 25,000 is second salary, so it assigned the rank 2. Similarly for the India, what is the lowest salary? 2,000, so it assigned rank 1. then we have a 10,000, so it assigned rank 2, then we have a 50,000, so it assigned rank 3. So like that actually we can use that. So suppose you had to use a rank, so what actually you can do, you had to use the same, only what we can do, instead of the row number you can use the rank. If I'll use the rank, now if I'll show you, so you can see UK 5,000, 25,000, and for the India we have a 2,000, 10,000 and 50,000. It has we don't have any duplicate record, right, for the India, so that is why it is giving the 1 2 3 only. And suppose you had to use a dense rank, then instead of rank you can mention the dense rank. Dense rank, it will work. Only the use case we have to remember, where we have to use a row number, where we have to use a rank, where we have to use a dense rank, and the syntax what we have to do. First we have to import from pyspark.sql.window, we have to import window, and what we will do, based on which particular column you have to group. So we want to partition based on the country, so what I have written, window.partitionBy country column, and based on which particular column I want to sort, so I will write dot order by salary, and we want to create a new column, right, where all the rank will be defined. So that's why I'm using a withColumn. I'm giving the name as RN. If we have to use a row number, then you use a row number dot over, and this window you can pass here, and dot, so if you will do, it will come. Now suppose you have to do based on the descending order. So in this case what you can do, you will use the same syntax, and we will use a col function also, so that we have to import. So what we will use, from PySpark dot SQL dot functions import col. Now in this case what we can do, if we can pass col here, and you can write descending. You can close this. Now if I will execute, you can see based on their descending order it is assigning rank. So in a UK, what is the highest salary, 25,000, right, so it assigned rank 1, then the 5,000 assigned rank 2. In India, what is the highest salary, 50,000, so it assigned rank 1. In India, then 10,000, then it's assigned rank 2. So like that it will do. Now suppose I want to make a duplicate record. Let's make a duplicate records. So for India, what I will do, this is the 10,000 salary, right? So what I will do, I will make the same kind of the salary. So let me make this also 10,000. Now let me execute. Now let me show you the scenario for the rank and the dense rank. So if I will use the row number first, so this is the row number. If I will use a row number here, you can see it is assigning a, this is the 10,000, 10,000, but it is assigning a rank 1 2. It is a duplicate record, but also it is assigning a rank 1 2 in the case of the row number. But if I will use a rank here, now if I will execute, you can see India both salaries 10,000, right, then it assigning a, for the same salary it is assigning a rank 1. After that 2 should come, right, but directly it is coming 3 because we are using a rank. Now if I will use a dense rank here, you can see for 10,000 and 10,000 it assign a rank 1, and then it is assigning a next salary into the rank 2. So that is the use case we have. So like this actually we can use a different Windows function. So I hope you got the idea. Yeah, that's it in this show. Try to do practice, because once you'll do practice, then you will get idea more. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about date format in a PySpark. It is a powerful tool for transforming and for formatting a dates. Let's take an example. With that example, let's try to understand. Suppose you have given of the data frame. In this data frame you have one of the column that is representing the date, and suppose you are getting a data like this, like you are getting a data like this 2024/0405. Now your requirement is like your stakeholder wants your data in this format, like it should be 04 and dash and 05. Then how actually you can do this actually we can achieve with the help of the date format function which is available. Now suppose you want to convert this particular date in the this format, like you want April and 05 like this. That is also possible with the help of the date format. Like whatever the date format you want, you can convert with the help of the date format function which is available in a PySpark. This function allow you to convert a date and timestamp columns into a specific string format, and it providing the flexibility to various date manipulation tasks. So any kind of the date manipulation task you can do with the help of the date format function which is available in PySpark. Let's take an example. So we have this particular notebook. In this notebook, if you can see, I have a data. These are the date format which is available, and what actually I'm doing, I'm creating a data frame with the help of spark.create the data frame. I'm passing a data and I'm passing the column name. So after that, I am doing the df.so. I am able to view this. You can see I have a date column. I have a timestamp column. Now this date column I want to convert into a specific format. So how actually I can do with the help of the date format function, which can do. So first we have to import one library. So what we will do, from pyspark.sql.function we will import, from pyspark.sql.functions import all the library we will import. And now let's try to convert this format. So how actually we will do, if I write df.select, and if I select that particular column date call, and if I'll do dot so, I should be able to view this date column here. Now you can see it is in this format like 2022, and then dash is there, then 03 and dash 15. Now I want to convert in the form of slash. Then how actually I can do, I will write date format. Date format is a function which is available. After that I will mention the column name, which particular column you want to convert. This date column I want to convert into the this particular format. So which particular format you have to mention. Like I want to convert into this format, YYYY, M is capital and DD. If I'll do this, you can see it got converted into the slash. Previously it was in dash, right? Now it got converted into the slash. And after that also you can give the alias also. You can give the name also. You can see it is showing in the date format, right? So if you'll do dot alias date, you can see this got converted into a date. So like that, in the proper format we can convert. Suppose you want this into the March format, like 03, it should be like March, it should represent the March. Then what actually you can write? So for that we have to write df.select. Let me show you the current column, and let's try to convert into the March format. So for that, what we have to write, date format. Under this date format, what we will do, this date column we want to convert into the March format. So I will write date column. Now you have to specify the formats. So what I will write, YYYY, and after that you have to write MMMDD, and if I'll do dot so, you can see it got converted into the March. If I'll write MMMM and one more M, you can see now it is coming into the full form March. So like that we can convert into the specific format. Suppose you want to convert like M should come first, and then year should come, and then date should come. In this case what we can do, we can specify the specific format, like I want date should come first, and then month, and then year. So I will do this, it will convert into that format. So with the help of the date format, any specific format, if you want to convert any date, that is possible with the help of the date format function. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn about the few date function which is available in a PySpark. It is a very much important from a data analysis or from a data manipulation perspective. Generally in a real world you will get a scenario where you have to find out the last 7 days, last 30 days, last year sales. This kind of the scenario generally we get. In that scenario what actually we do, from current date we try to subtract the 7 days, we try to subtract the last 30 days, we try to subtract 1 month, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months. So for that we have a different date function which is available in a PySpark, that actually we are going to see in this particular video. The first one is the date add. Suppose we have given one date. Suppose my date is 0701. So this is the date I have given. Now my requirement is like I want to add 7 days here. Then in this case, what actually I can use? I can use a date add function, and I can pass this 2024, whatever the date I have or whatever the column we have, and I can add, like if I had to add a 7 days, then I will write 7. In this case, the 7 days will be added here. Similarly, we have a date sub. With the help of the date sub, we can subtract it. Suppose you had to subtract any number, like suppose from this particular date, if you had to subtract 7 days or 30 days, then what actually you can use? You can use a date sub function. Now we have a date difference. Suppose two dates are given. Suppose one date is 0801 and the second date is this one. Now if these two date, if you have to subtract, then what actually we can use? We can use a date diff function. Suppose you have to find out the year of the particular date. In this case, you can see from this particular date, if you want to know what is the year 2024, if you want to know these particular details, then we have a year function available. If you want to know the day of year, returns the day of the year. With the we have a day of year function. We have similarly we have a month function, hour function, second function, day of month function. These are the functions are very much important, which we should know. So let's do a practical and let's understand. So I have one data. You can see with this data, actually I am creating one data frame. So this is the data frame I have. In this data frame, I have a date column. In this date column, we will try to add a day, we will try to add a month, we will try to get the year details, we will try to get the hour details. So all the things we are going to perform in this particular data frame. So first we will see about the date add function. So first we have to import from the library. So what we have to write? From PySpark dot SQL dot function import star. If you will write, then it will import all the library. Now what actually we will do? We will use our data frame df.select. I want one column, date column, whatever we have as it is. So I am selecting date column. Now I am adding a 30 days on this particular date column. So what I will write, if you have to add any day, then we will use a date add function. In this date add function, first we will pass date column. In this date column, I want to add a 30 days. So I write 30. And after that dot so if I will do, now if I will execute, so you can see we have a date 2023 3/15, 30 days got added, and this is the new date I am getting. So from the given date, if we had to add any date, then we can use a date add function. Now let's see if we had to subtract from the given date, then what actually we can use. So for that we have a date sub function, date subtract function. So what we can write here, suppose we have to subtract 7 day from the given date, then what we will write? df.select date column. Now I want to subtract, so I will use a date sub function. I'll pass the date column. From this particular column I want to subtract 7 days. So first I will write date column comma 7 days I want to subtract dot. So if I'll do, if 7 days should be subtracted, you can see this was the given date. Now we have subtracted 7 days, so this is the new date we are getting. You can see this is not coming in a proper column format, right? So for that what we can use? We can use a alias also. To use a alias, what actually we can write? Dot alias date or new date, any name you can give. You can see this is the new date. So we have seen, like if we had to add 7 days, 30 days or any date, then we can use a date add. If we had to subtract, then we can use a date sub function. Now let's see about date difference. So we have a date difference function also available. So suppose two dates are given, and if you have to subtract that, then what actually we can use? You can use that date diff function. So let me create a df1 from this particular data frame. Now if I'll do df1 dot so, so this is the new data frame I have. I have a two column. One is the date column, another is the new date. Now let's see if we had to subtract this two column, then what actually we can use? We can use a df1 dot select. We will use date column as it is, and also we want to see new date column also as it is, and after that we want to subtract. So for subtracting, what we will use, date diff, and we will pass the date column comma new date, new date. If I'll do this, and if I will do dot show, so you can see with the help of the date diff function we should be able to get the difference. You can see in this date and this date we have a 7 days difference, so that's what I am getting output. From this date to this date we have a 7 days difference, so that's what we are getting. So if you had to subtract any two dates, then what actually we can use, a date diff function. Now next is the year. Suppose you have to find out the year from the given date, then what actually you can use, we can use a year function. So if I'll show you, df1 dot select, I'll use the date column. On this date column I want to find out the year, so what I will write, year and the date call. So if I'll use this, I'm just writing year and date call. If I'll use dot show in this, so you will get the year from the given date. You can see 2022 is a year, right? So that I am getting. Suppose you have to find out the month, then what actually you will write, instead of year you can write a month. Now once you write a month, you will get the month of the, you can see this is the third, right? So I am getting a third output. This is third month, right? So I am getting a third output. Similarly, if you want to find out the other thing, like suppose day of year, if I will do, you can see what is the day of year. It is the 74 from the given calendar, like it is the 74 difference. So from the given 2022, it is the 16 days difference. So that is what we are getting, a day of year. Now let's see what else we have. We also can find out the hour, second, day of month. These are the things are possible with the help of this. So I hope you got the idea. So this is how actually we can do a data manipulation. This is very useful whenever you will perform any data analysis operation, and whenever you have to deal with a data cleaning operation, and whenever you have a date column, then we can use these are the different date function which is available. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the partition by function in a PySpark. So partition by function generally we use to partition the larger data set into a smaller file based on one or multiple column while writing to a disk. For taking example, let's take one example. Suppose I have a one large data set. So this partition by generally we use for the large data set, that you have to remember first. Suppose I have one large data set. In this large data set I have a 5 billion record, and you can say more than 5 billion record, and it is a keep on growing. Now whenever I am querying this, it is taking a large amount of time. Suppose in this data set I have a data for the India region, I have a data for the USA region, I have a data for the UK region. Now suppose my requirement is like I want to know how many customers are there in a India region. I am only looking for data which is belonging to the India. So even though if I have to only look for the India region, then also I need to check this whole 5 billion record, and I have to filter the data for the India. Instead of doing that, what actually we do, we try to divide and we try to partition our data in a smaller file system. So in this case what we will do, suppose this is your one of the country column, right? So in based on this country column, if we will do a partition, then what will happen, based on India one part file will get created. This will be the one part file. Based on the USA one part file will be created. Based on the UK one part file will be created. Now whenever you will run a query, then in this case if you are only looking for the India, then what actually will happen, it will only search in this particular part file. So that's how the optimization happen, and that's how actually it helps. So it is a very useful whenever you have a larger data set, and whenever you have to improve your performance, then what actually we try to do, we try to use a partition. Generally we use a partition for the specific date column, or suppose you have only unique value like we have seen about the countries and all, right? There we try to apply this partition by. So whenever you have a larger data set and whenever you have to optimize, the partition by is a one of the option. We have taken an example. Suppose I have a 5 billion records, 5 billion data is available in a large data set. Now if I am only looking for the India data, so if we don't have any partition, then the whole 5 billion records I need to check for the India record. Instead of doing that, what actually I will do, I will create a partition by based on the country column. Based on that, the multiple small file will get created. Like based on the India, one part file will get created. Based on the USA, one part file will get created. Based on the UK, one part file will get created. Now whenever you need to filter only the India record, then when you will do a query, it will directly search here, it will not look here. So that's how the performance increase. So that is the advantage we get in a partition by. Now PySpark support partition in a two ways. One is the partition in memory and second is the partition on the disk file system. Let us understand partition on the disk. Suppose you have this data frame. In this data frame you have a country column. Based on this country column you want to partition a data. Like suppose you have a country like India, you have a US, you have a UK. Based on this you want to create a separate part file, then we have a partition by option. So in this case what actually we write, df.write.option, we have to pass header true, and then partition by and the column we can pass. Once you will do a partition by and column dot mode and the particular location you will pass, on that particular location part file will get created and it will save into the multiple part file based on the country column. Like in country, if we have a 3, then 3 part file will get created. If we have a 4, then the 4 part file will get created. So that is a partition on disk. The second one is the partition in memory. So we have a flexibility to repartition it. So in the case of the partition, based on the column, multiple part file get created, right? Suppose your requirement is like you only want to have only 2 partition, then how actually we can achieve? With the help of the repartition option we can achieve that. So what we have to write, df.repartition, you want 2, then you will pass 2 partition, and that you can pass the dot partition by which particular column dot mode and the particular location where you want to save. So that is how actually we can use a partition by. So hello everyone, so we'll continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to understand about the explode function in a PySpark. We are going to see how actually we can use explode function in a PySpark and a SQL. So let's take example. Suppose you have given one data set. So in an interview also they will give you a scenario like this only. So what they will say, they suppose you have a data like this. So in this data you can see I have a name column and the language column. So you can see this name Manish, he knows Python, Java and C. Rahul, he knows Java and C. Kishore, he knows C++ and C. Suppose in the column you are getting a data in the form of the array format. Now what you have to do, your requirement is like you have to convert this array format data into the multiple rows. Like you should have a one row for the Manish and the Python. You should have another row for the Manish and Java. You should have another row for the Manish and C. So this is the output actually we want. You can see in the array format whatever the data we were getting, right, we have converted into the row. So you can see Manish, he knows Python, Manish, he knows Java, Manish, he knows C. Similarly for the Rahul, he knows Java, Rahul, he knows C. Kishore, he knows C++, Kishore, he knows C. So like this actually we have to convert. So this is the data we have and this is the output whatever we want. Now actually we can do, so this actually we can achieve with the help of the explode function that we are going to see. So I'll open my Databricks notebook. So this is the data I have. I have a name and in the array format I have a data. Similarly for the Rahul and the Sam. So this is the column. Now you have to create a data frame and you have to convert into the row whatever the array form data we are getting. So how actually we can create a data frame? So to create a data frame, first you have to write spark dot create data frame. We have to pass the data whatever the data we have, and also we will pass the columns, and after that df dot show. If I'll do this, you can see we have created one data frame. In this data frame we have a name and we have a language. So Manish knows this all the language, Rahul knows this all the language. Now what is our requirement? Our requirement is to convert whatever the array data we are getting into a multiple rows. How actually we can do? So for that first we have to import one library from PySpark, PySpark.sql.function import star. So from a SQL function we are going to import everything. Now after that we will write that. How actually we will write? So I will select df.select. So name column I want as it is, so I will write df.select name. After that, this language column, right, here we will apply a explode function. So first we had to write this call and the language. So call is the one of the SQL function. In a SQL library this call is available, so that actually I am using call language I am using, and before that I will use the explode function here. Explode. So what I am writing, explode which particular column you want to multiple row, this language, right? So that's why I have written export and the language. After that, if I will do dot show, you can see whatever the in the form of the array it was coming, right? Now it got converted into a multiple row. So Manish knows Java, Scala, C++, Rahul knows this all the language, Sam knows this all the language. So this is very much useful. So whenever you have to convert any array into the multiple rows, so you can use a explode function. Now let's see how actually this we can use in a SQL. So what I will do, first I will convert this data frame into a view. How actually we can do that? Df dot create or replace temp view, and I will create one table sample. So I converted into a one view, and if I'll show you the data, select star from sample. So you can see I can write a SQL query. Now suppose in a SQL you have to convert this whatever in the form of the array you are getting a data into a multiple row. How actually you can do that in a SQL? So the same, what actually we can write, select, we want name as it is, column, comma, we have to use a explode, we will use a language from sample table. If I will execute this, you can see it got converted into a multiple rows. So Manish knows Java, Scala, C++, Rahul knows this all the language, and then the Sam knows. So that is the use case, and this kind of the scenario based question you may expect in an interview also. So you should know about the explode function. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the cache and persist. These are important interview question also, so you should know about the cache and persist. So let us start. So cache and persist, these are the KPI provided by Spark through which we can store our data in a memory, or even if you want to store the data in a disk or memory and disk, that is possibility with the help of the cache and persist. Let's take one example. With that example, let's try to understand. Suppose we have one of the large data set. In this large data set, on top of this I am performing a multiple transformations like df1, df2, df3, df4, df5, like that the multiple transformation is happening. So whenever I am calling the action, what is happening in this case, df2 is getting called multiple times. So suppose I have done one count. Suppose I am doing one count, df5 dot count. In this case, what is happening, the df5 is calling this df2 and the process is happening, and finally we are getting the final result. Now suppose I am doing a df6 dot count. In this case, what happening, again it is calling the df2, process is happening, and finally I am getting the df6 count. So what happening, if the same operation we are doing a multiple time, instead of doing that, what actually we can do, whatever the intermediate result will be available, right, for this df2 we can store in a memory or disk, and from there actually we can get the result faster as compared to calculating again and again. So instead of calculating again and again, what actually we can do, we can store the result of intermediate result of this data frame to in a memory for the faster access. So that is possible with the help of the cache and persist. So if you'll see, cache and persist are used to store the intermediate result of a data frame or RDD to improve the performance when reusing the same data multiple times. Suppose this df2, if I am using a multiple times again and again, so instead of doing that, what actually we can do, we can store this result in a memory for the faster access. There are some difference between the cache and persist. So caching generally refers to storing the data in a memory for quick access, In the case of caching, what will happen? We can store the whatever the intermediate result, right, in a memory only, or memory and disk. In the case of persisting, we can store the data in a memory, disk, or memory and disk. These are the functionality we get. In the case of the caching, we can store the data in a memory only or memory and disk only. But in the case of the persisting, we get a flexibility. Whatever the result we want to store, right, we can store in a memory, even if you want to store in a disk or memory and disk. This all the things actually we get a flexibility in the case of the persisting. Let's take one example. With that example, let's try to understand. So before coming to the example, in Spark generally two types of operation happens. One is the transformation, one is the action. So in the case of the transformation, what happens? Until and unless you will not call any action, this transformation will not get executed. This already we know, right? Once you will call the action, then only this transformation will get executed. Suppose you have 100 of the transformation. So suppose you are not calling any action. So in this case, what will happen? One DAG will get created. This DAG is nothing but it's kind of the graph. In the graph, all the steps will be mentioned, whatever the transformation you are doing. Now once you will call the action, this all the process will start and it will get executed. So this is how actually it happens in the case of the Spark. Now I have a same kind of the scenario. In this scenario, what actually I am doing, the first is like I have one of the data frame. I am performing one transformation. So first I am using a select transformation. So I am selecting only the few column from the particular data frame. So this is one of the transformation. So I am performing a transformation 1. In this case, I haven't called any action as of now. So what it will do, it will create one graph. After that, I am performing one filter and I am filtering only the India data. In this case also, I haven't performed any action. So what will happen, this transformation, it will get stored in the form of the graphical form, this DAG. Now after that, again I am performing one transformation. Here I am calculating the bonus by salary into 0.1, whatever the calculation I am doing, and I am deriving this bonus column. This is also a transformation. It will also store in the form of the DAG. Similarly, I am also deriving the experience and age. These are also a transformation. Now after that, what is happening, once you will call the action, so in this case what actually I am doing, df3.counts. When I am doing df3.counts, so what will happen, this df3 will call the df2. df3 will call the df2, and what this df2 will do, this df2 will call the df1, and after that the process will happen. So when I am doing a df3.counts, so what will happen, first it will call the df2, and this df2 too will call the df1, and from df1 the process will start. It will process the df1, it will process the df2, and finally will get the output for the df3.count. That is clear, right? Now in the case of the df4.count, when I am saying df4.counts, in the case of the df4, what will happening, again it is calling the df2. So what will happen, it will call to the df2, the process will start, df2 will call the df1, the process will start, and df1 process will start, df2 process will start, and finally will get the output for the df4.count. Now if I am writing df5.count, this is also action. In the case of the df5, what is happening, it is again calling the df2, and df2 is again calling the df1. So again the process will start for the df1, df2, and finally will get the output for the df5. So what is happening, we are calling multiple times the same operation, this df2. So what actually we can do, we can store this result in the cache or persist format. Means we can store this intermediate result in a memory or disk or whatever the form you want, and from for the faster accessing, if you will not use cache and persist, multiple time you have to perform the same operation, like df3 will call the df2, df2 will call the df1. In the case of the df4 will call the df2, df2 will call the df1. So if you will not use a cache, the multiple time you have to perform the same operation, and that is a costly also and time consuming also. So instead of doing that, what actually we can do, intermediate result we can store in the form of the cache or persist. So that is the advantage we get. So I hope you got the idea. So whenever same operation you are doing a multiple time, so to improve the performance, what actually we can do, with the help of the cache and persist, we can improve the performance. We can store the data in a memory or disk, whatever the intermediate result, for the faster accessing.
Now when we have to use cache and when we have to use a persist. So in the case of the cache, the default storage level is memory and disk. So in the case of the RDD, default storage level is memory only, means you can store your result in the memory only. But in the case of the data frame or the data set, you by default storage level is a memory and disk, means either you can store your data in a memory as well as the disk. The first preference is like a memory. If the memory is not available, then it will store the data in a disk. Means Spark will try to store the data in a memory only, but if there is not enough memory, it will split the data in a disk. So in the case of the cache, by default memory and disk will be available for the data frame and data set. It will try to store your intermediate result, whatever the data, in the memory, and it will and if the memory is not available, it will also store in the disk. When we have to use a cache, when you want to quickly cache the data frame or RDD with the default storage level. When your requirement is like you want to have only this memory and disk, when you want to go with that, then you can use a cache. But in the case of the persist, we get a more flexibility. Like this persist allow you to specify the storage level explicitly. Here we get a multiple storage option. Suppose you want to store your data in a memory only, then we have option. You want to store your data in memory and disk, that also we have option. You want to store your data in a disk only, that also option we have. You want to store your data in a memory only serialization, that option also we have, memory and disk. So multiple storage option we get. When you want more flexibility, more control where and how we have to store the data, then you can go for the persist. Now let's understand memory only. In the case of the memory only, it will store the data only in memory. It is faster, but it may evict the data if memory is not sufficient. If you have a memory issue, then it will create a problem. When you will use a memory and disk, it will store the data in a memory, and if the memory is not available, then it will store the data in a disk. This already we have seen in the case of the cache also. We also have one option for the disk only. In the case of the disk, what will happen? It will store the data only on disk. It is slowest as compared to the memory. We have option memory only serialization. It store the data in a memory as serialized object. It reduce the memory usage and may increase the CPU overhead. Memory and disk serialization is store the data in a memory as serialized object and also split the data in disk. So these are the different storage options we have that is possible in the case of the persist only. But in the case of the cache, we have only one option. Either you can store in a memory or memory and disk. Now you can see if you are using a memory only, then space is using high, CPU time is low, in memory is yes, on disk is no. Memory only serialization case, space use is low, CPU time is high, in memory is yes, on disk is no. Memory and disk, space used is high, CPU time is medium, in memory is some, on disk is some. Now the main thing is like when we have to use a cache and when we have to use a persist. So when you don't need to customize the storage level, like you want to go by default like memory and disk, then you can directly choose the cache. But suppose where your requirement is like you want to control like the storage level, like you want more flexibility, you want to store in a disk, you want to store in a memory, you want to store in memory and disk, then you can go for the persist. That is the thing we have to remember. And the syntax wise also it is a very simple. In the case of the cache, we have to use df.cache. In the case of the persist, we have to use df.persist, and the storage level we have to define. Yeah. So yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to solve one question which is generally asked in interview. So we have a two question actually. The first question is like how actually we can print a duplicate record which is present in the data. So suppose you have a ID column and suppose you have a email column and suppose you have a abc@gmail.com. This is multiple time this particular record is present in the data. So how actually you will find out like this abc@gmail.com, we have a duplicate entry for this particular Gmail. So we have to print all the email where the duplicate record is present in the table. That is the first question. The second question is how actually we can remove a duplicate entry, means here we want to find out only the distinct record. So the second question is simple. Here only we want only distinct record to be printed, but in the first question you can see we had to print whatever the duplicate record which is present. So if we have a abc@gmail.com which is present multiple time, then we have to print abc@gmail.com. If we have any other email id which is also present multiple time, then we have to print all the email id which is present multiple time, means all the duplicate records. We are going to solve using a PySpark and the Spark SQL. So let me open my Databricks. In this Databricks you can see I have a data, I have a column is given. What will be our first step? First step to create a data frame. How actually we can create? Spark dot create and the data frame, and we will pass the data as well as the column. So whatever the data is given, whatever the column is given, that actually I'm passing, and after that I will do df.show. If I will do df.show, I should be able to view my data. In this data you can see I have a ID is given, I have a name is given. This name is representing the all the Gmail ID. So what we have to find out, in this ID you can see I have a ID1 abc@gmail.com, then I have ID2 df@gmail.com, then again you can see ID1 abc@gmail.com, means this abc@gmail.com this present multiple time, right? So this is a duplicate record, so we have to print wherever the multiple record is present for that email ID. So what we are going to do, print duplicate records. How actually we can do that, actually we are going to see. So I am going to use first PySpark and then Spark SQL we will see. So in PySpark what you have to write, df dot, what we are going to do, we are going to group based on the name column, and we are going to count. So if any count is greater than 1, then that is a duplicate record. So what actually I am going to do, df dot group by, and I am going to group based on the name, and after that what actually I am doing, I am doing a count. So if I will show you this, to show this, what will I display? Now if I will execute this, you will see it is giving me abc@gmail.com is present 2 times and df@gmail.com is present 1 time. Now what I have to find out, if the count is greater than 1, means that is a duplicate record, right? So here I have to apply a filter also. So what I will write, filter, and after that I will write call. Call is the one library which we will try to import, and here I will pass count should be greater than 1. I am filtering call count greater than 1. So first we have to import a call. How actually we can import? So for that we have to write from PySpark dot SQL dot functions import call. Now if I will execute, now you can see I am only getting the abc@gmail.com, means this particular email is present multiple time. So with the help of this I am able to get whatever the duplicate record is present, that email ID I am only able to print. So that's how, that was the first question. So I hope you got it. Now if you want to use the same, if you want to solve using the same using a SQL, how actually you can do that? So first df dot create or replace time field, we are going to convert into a one virtual table. So I will write sample. So this df I am converting into a one virtual table sample, now so that I can write any kind of the SQL query. So one sample table got created. If I'll do select star from sample, I should be able to view the data. You can see I am able to view the data. Now what we will write, query. So we will write select count of count star, and we will try to group based on the name from sample, select count star name, and we are going to group based on the name, group by name. If I'll do this, you can see I am able to get this abc@gmail.com present 2 time, df present 1 time. Now if here I will write having count star greater than 1, then I should be able to get only the duplicate record which is present. You can see abc@gmail.com which is present multiple times. So that's how actually we can print all the duplicate records. Now second question, which was very easy, and that is like how to remove duplicate entry, means you have to print only the distinct records. So next question is like remove duplicate records. So if I'll do select distinct ID and name from sample, then I will get the distinct record only, right? This was very simple. You can see I'm only getting all the distinct record, means to abc@gmail.com was present multiple time, right? But we are only printing one time. So that's how actually we can solve. And with the help of PySpark, how actually we can write. So you have to write df dot distinct dot so you can see 1 and 2, this is the unique record which I am getting. So I hope you got it. Yeah, that's it in this video. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to solve one interview question which was asked in a Tech Mahindra. So first let us understand the question and then we will try to solve using a PySpark and the Spark SQL. So what they have asked, they have given a two table, one is the customer and order table. So generally they will give a data like this. So we have a customer data, we have a schema. So based on this customer data and schema, and based on this order data and schema, we have to create a data frame or table. So what we have to do, we have a two table, customer and order table we have to create, or data frame we have to create, and we have to find out how many customer who have not ordered anything, and we have to find out how many customer who have ordered anything. So based on this customer and order data frame, we have to find out how many customer who have ordered anything, and we have to find out how many customer who have not ordered anything. We have to solve using a PySpark and the Spark SQL, that is the optional. So this is the data, we have a customer data and schema is given. So based on this one data frame we will create, we have order data and schema is given. Based on this order data frame we will create. So how actually we can create that? So first let me create a df customer. This is the data frame I am creating. How to create a data frame? Spark dot create data frame, and we have to pass this customer data, and also we have to pass the schema also. And after that what I will write, df customer dot show to see the data. Similarly for order also we will create a data frame. How actually we can create? So we will give the name as a df order, and we will pass this order data here, and we will pass this schema 1, and we will see the df order dot show. One thing you remember, if they are giving a customer data and schema without brackets, then you try to add this bracket, otherwise you will get error. So that one thing you remember. Now let me execute. So we have created two data frame, one is the customer, one is the order. Based on that we have to solve the question. Now you can see we have created one customer data frame and second is the order data frame. In this customer data frame we have a customer ID, all the customer information, what is their ID, what is their name. In the second table we have a information about order ID, what they have ordered and what is their customer ID. So you can see customer ID 4, he has order, so we have order ID is given, and customer ID 2, right, he has also order, so for that we have order ID. So what we have to find out, how many customer who have ordered anything and how many customer who have not ordered anything based on this data. Now based on this data we can understand, right, this customer ID 4 and 2, for that the order ID is present, means they have ordered, and customer ID 1 and 3, that data is not present in the order table, means they haven't ordered anything. So that is the thing we have to solve. So first we will solve customer who have order, who have not ordered anything. Let's try to find out who have not ordered anything. How actually we can solve this? So what we will do, we will try to join it. So we will try to do a joining first, and based on that let's try to solve this. So first I will write df customer, this is the first, what I will do, df customer dot join, I will try to join the df order, and after that, based on what actually we will join, based on the customer id we will join. So what I will write, df customer dot customer id equal df order dot customer id and we will apply a left join. What we will apply, we will apply a left join, and let me do the display also. So I will write display to see the result. If I'll do a display here, let me execute this. So what we are doing, we are applying a, so you can see DataFrame object has no attribute customer id. So let's see customer id, why it is not picking. So let's give the exact name. This is the customer id, right? So what we will write, df customer id df order customer id. Now let me execute. So exact column name you have to pass. So I have given in a small case, that's why it was getting error. Now when I applied a left join, you can see these are the customer information we have, 1 2 3 4 customer name we have, and their order id you can see, and their customer id also we can see. Now in this particular result, if we'll try to filter, if the order is null, if we'll find out if order is null, means they haven't ordered anything, right? If they are ordering, then the order is not null. So what actually we'll do in this particular result, if we'll try to filter, if the order id is null, then we will get these are the customer who have not ordered anything. So what I will apply now, if I will try to filter df order id is null, so how actually I can write dot filter df order dot order id, this order id, right? So I'll write this order id dot is null. Now if I'll execute this, now you can see I am getting only those customer whose order id is null, means these are the customer who have not ordered anything. So like this actually we have to solve. So what we have done, first we are doing a joining the customer data frame and the order data frame, and based on that all the customer we are getting, and after that we are applying a filter where order id is null, means they haven't ordered anything. Now if the customer who have ordered anything, customer who have ordered anything, how actually we can find out? So what we will write, similarly let's try to write once again. I'll write df customer dot join df order, we will try to apply a join, and based on which particular column we will try to join, based on the customer id. So I'll write the df customer id equal to the df order dot customer id, and what we will apply, we will apply a inner join. If we will apply a inner join, then only we will get those record who has done any order, right? So now if I'll try to do a display here, now you can see 2 and 4 they have done the order, means when I am applying a inner join, then what actually happening, only the common record which is present in the both the table, only the whatever the customer id is present in the both the table, that record only I am getting. And when customer id information will be available in order table, when they will do any order. So that's why I apply a inner join. So if I'll apply a inner join, I will get only those record which is present in the both the table. If the record is present in both the table, means they have done the order. If the record is not present in both the table, means they haven't done any order. So for that, what actually we are doing, we are applying a filter criteria to find out who have not order anything, and in the case of if they have done the order, we are applying a inner join. So like this actually we can solve this. So this is code for the PySpark. Now in Spark SQL, how actually we can find out? So what I will do, I will convert into a one table. So what I will do, I will create one customer table, and similarly I will create df order dot create or replace temp one order table. I will create order. Now if I will execute, now I can write any SQL code. So if I will write select star from customer, I will get the customer information, and if I will write select star from order, I will get the order information. Now let's try to find out the customer who have ordered anything. So how actually we can write? So what we will apply? We will apply a joining. If we will apply a inner join, means they have done the order, right? So how actually we can solve? Select star from customer, join order on customer dot customer ID, right? Based on this we will do a joining based on the customer ID, and order dot customer ID. So we are applying a join, means inner join. We are applying a inner join, and based on this customer ID and the order ID we are doing a join. Now if I will execute this, so here we are only getting those record who had done the order. You can see customer ID 2 and 4, they have done the order. Now if we have to find out the customer who have not ordered anything, then in this case what we will apply? We will apply a left join. Now you can see after this what we will do, we will try to filter this order ID. So what actually you can write? You can put this in a with clause, with CTS, and after that you can filter select star from CT where order ID is null. If I'll do this, I'll go get the record who haven't ordered anything, means their order ID is null. So like this actually we can solve. So try to practice this question. If you will practice, then only you will be able to solve in a real-time interview also. Try to do a practice. Yeah, so I hope you got the idea. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to solve one of the interview question which was asked in LTI. So they have given a question, and this kind of the question generally you will see in an interview also. So let us first understand the question, and then we will try to solve it by using a PySpark and the Spark SQL. So what they are saying, we have a two table, one is the employee and the department table is given. Either they can directly give you the table, or they can say like this is the data we have and this is the schema we have, and based on that you create a data frame. So we have a employee. With the help of this data and this schema we will create one employee data frame, and with the help of this data we will create one department data frame. So we have an employee and a department data frame, and what we had to find out, we had to find out the highest salary based on each department name. So in this employee data you can see Manish is given and their salary is given. Similarly Raghav is given, their salary is given, and this is the department ID is given. But if you have to find out highest salary based on each department name is available in the department data. You can see department ID 1 is belong to the data engineer, department ID 2 belong to the sales, department ID 3 belongs to the software, department ID 4 belongs to the HR department. So what we will do, we will try to join these two data set, and we will try to get the department name information. But what they are asking, we have to find out the highest salary. To find out the highest salary, what we will do, based on each department name we will try to group it, and we will try to find out the maximum salary. So the first question is a very simple, but the second question, if you'll see, we had to find out the employee who is getting highest salary based on each department name. So they are saying like we also have to find the employee information, which particular employee is getting the highest salary. So that is the second question. Third question is like we had to find out the lowest salary based on each department name, and we had to find out the employee who is getting the lowest salary based on each department name. So let us try to solve one by one. So first what we will do, we will try to create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? So first I will create one employee data frame. So what I will write, emp df and spark dot create data frame, and we will pass the employee data, and also we will pass the this particular schema. So we are creating one data frame, employee data frame, and after that if I will do employee df dot, so I should be able to view that. Similarly I will create one data frame for the department also. So I will give the name as a department df, dept df, and here I will pass the department data, and also I will pass the schema one. And if I will do department df dot show, I should be able to get. So let me execute this. So you can see we have a two data frame and two table. You can see this is the employee. Here we have a employee information like their name, their department id, and their salary. And the in department data frame we have a department id and the department name. Our first question is like we had to find out the highest salary based on each department name. So how actually we can find out the highest salary? If we'll try to group based on the department, and if we'll try to find out the maximum salary, we will get the highest salary based on each department. But if we had to get the department name information, in that case we had to do a joining. So let us try to do a joining first. So what I will do, this employee data frame I will try to join with the department data frame. How actually we can do a joining? Employee df dot join department df. So these two actually I am joining. So based on which actually we can join. So you can see we have a common column in both the data frame, that is a department id. Department id is common in between the both the data frame. So based on the department id we can do a join, right? So what I will write, employee df department id equal to the department df dot department id. If I will do this, and after that if which particular joining you want to apply, do you want to apply a inner join, left join, right join? So here I am applying a left join because I want to get all the data from the employee data frame. Now if I'll do a dot show, you can see I am getting all the employee information and the department information like department name. Now we have to find out the highest salary. How actually we can find out the highest salary? First let me store this joining into one of the data frame df. Okay, now what I will do, this dot show I will remove, and this data frame actually I have created. Now on top of this I will try to find out the highest salary based on each department name. So if I will try to group based on the department name, and if I will try to find out the maximum salary, I will get the result. So what I will do, df dot group by, I want to group based on the department name, and after that I will apply a dot aggregate function. Here I will use a maximum salary. So first let's import a library also. How actually we can import a library? From PySpark dot SQL dot functions we will do import star. So all the library from the SQL function we are trying to import, and we are using a aggregate function and the max function actually we are using, and I will give the alias as a max salary. Now if I'll try to do a dot show, you can see based on each department we are getting the maximum salary. You can see for the data engineer what is the maximum salary, that is a 85,000. For the department name, for the sales, what is the maximum salary? 75,000. For the software, 85,000. For HR, 65,000. If I show you the data, in the data also you can see for the department 1 highest salary is 85,000, right? So we are getting the correct result. For the sales, that is id to 75,000, right? So we are getting the correct result. So here we are able to find out the highest salary based on each department name. Now if we had to find out the employee also, employee information also we had to find out based on this result, like which particular employee is getting the highest salary. So how actually we can do one thing, like we can do a joining. So let's see with the help of joining how actually we can achieve. So what I will do, I will try to store this result, whatever we have got here, we'll try to store into the df1, and this dot so I will remove. Now if I'll show you, I have a df dot show which I have created, this one here we are doing a joining, right? So if I'll show you df dot show, this is one data frame I have a df1 dot show, this is the another data frame where the highest salary we are getting, and df1 I have a df1 dot, so that is a second data frame. Here we are getting the highest salary, but we also want a employee information. So what I will do, this df and df1 if we'll try to join based on the department name, we will get that result, right? So what I will do, I will try to apply a join, df dot join df1, based on which actually we'll try to join, based on the department name we will try to join, df dot department name equal to the df1 dot department name. We will apply a left join, or inner join also you can apply. Now if I'll try to do a dot show, double equal, it should be a double equal, right? You can see I am getting all those results. When I did a joining based on this data frame, I am getting all those results. Now here you can see we have a maximum salary information also and the salary information also. So what I will do in this result, if I will compare salary, if the salary equal to the maximum salary, because in the maximum salary, whatever the maximum salary information we are getting, that only we are getting. You can see for the Manish also it is showing the 85,000, but his actual salary is 75,000. For Raghav, his salary is 85,000 and it is matching with the maximum salary. So if the salary is equal to the maximum salary, means that particular employee is getting the highest salary, right? So what I will do in this particular result, df2, I will try to filter it. We'll remove this df2 dot show, we'll try to execute, and we will apply one df2 dot show, we will try to apply a filter where we will compare the salary and the maximum salary. So what I will write, df2 dot filter, I will write call salary equal to the call maximum salary, and if I'll do dot show, now you see we will get the result. Now you can see we are getting only those employee information who is earning the highest salary based on each department. So from data engineer, Raghav is earning more. From the sales department, Rohit is earning more. From the software department, Jadeja is earning more. From the HR department, Bumrah is earning more. So like that actually we have to solve. So there are multiple ways to solve this question. If you have any better approach, that also you can follow. Similarly, we can also find out for the lowest salary. So what we have to do, we only have to do one changes. Instead of the max whatever we are using, we will use a minimum, means the lowest salary, then we will get the result. I hope you will be able to solve this. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to solve one of the interview question which was asked in one of the company. So they have given two questions, so that question we are going to understand and we are going to solve using a PySpark and Spark SQL. So the first question is like we had to flatten our data from one row to the multiple row. So they have given a scenario like this. So they have given a input, our input data looks like this. So we have a customer ID 1 and product purchase. So you can see this customer ID 1, he has purchased the mobile, PC and tab. Customer ID 2, he has purchased the mobile and PC, and customer ID 3, he has purchased the tab and pen. What we have to do, we have to flatten this data. You can see this is the array form data, right? Now we have to flatten in a multiple row. So we want output like this. This is our output. So you can see a customer ID 1 and then mobile it is coming. Then customer ID 1, he has also purchased the PC. Customer ID 1, he has also purchased the tab. Customer ID 2, he has purchased the mobile. customer ID 2 he has purchased the PC, customer ID 3 he has purchased the tab, customer ID 3 he has purchased a pen. Means whatever it is coming in array form in a one row, we have to convert into a multiple row, means we have to flatten the data. So that is the first question. So let's see how actually we can solve that. And we have another question, we have to find out the device which is pinged or not. This is the second question. In the second question, what they are asking, they have given this input and they want a output like this. Means we have a customer ID and he is using a multiple device, device 1, device 2, device 3, and whether they are using a device or not. If they are using, then we are getting a value yes. If he is using device 2, then the value we are getting yes. If he is not using, then we are getting a value null. Now what we have to find out, we have to create one new column and there we want the output like first not null value. So in this case you can see what is the first not null value, yes, right? So we want the output yes. If it is suppose here we have a null and then yes is coming, then also we want the output yes. And suppose here we have a no, in id3 here we have a no and then null and then yes, then what actually we want the output as a no. So this is the question want, means whatever the first not null value, that output actually we want to get. So for that we have to create a new column and there whatever the output, right, that we have to store. So let's try to solve one by one. So first question is like we have to flatten a data. So this is the data and the schema. Let's create a data frame first. So df equal to the spark dot create data frame. I'll pass the data as well as the schema, and after that what I will do, I will do df dot show to show you the data. So you can see this is the data I have a customer ID and the product purchase. In the array form we are getting a data. Now we have to flatten it. So for flattening, what actually we can use the explode function which is available. So for that first we have to import a library. So how actually we can import a library? From PySpark dot SQL dot function import star. If we'll do import star, it will import all the library. So what actually we are going to do now, we are going to apply the explode function. So what I will do, df dot with column, we are going to create a new column. Okay, so I will give the name as a df dot with column. The column name is product, and here what I will apply, I will use a explode function, explode, and on which particular column you want to apply a explode, this product purchase, right? Here only I want to apply a explode. So if I'll do this, and after that if I'll do dot show, let's see. So what we are doing, we are creating a new column name as a product and we are applying a explode. Now if I'll execute this, now you can see we have a product and we are getting a multiple output like this mobile, right? So we are getting a mobile, then PC we are getting, then the tab we are getting, and after that also you can select. So if you write dot select, we want a customer ID as well as the only the product output we want, right? So I will write the product. Now if I'll execute, you can see whatever the in array form we were getting a data, right? Now it got converted into the multiple row. So that is the first question. Now second question is like, here we have given a data, here we have to find out the first not null value. So suppose here if the value is no, then we want the output as a no. Let's first create a data frame. So I will create a data frame, df1 spark dot create a data frame. We will pass the data as well as the schema, and after that if I'll do df1 dot show, let me show you the data. So you can see we have a customer ID, he is using a device using 1, device using 2, device using 3. What is the output we want? We want the output first not null value. In this case what is the first not null value? For id1 we have a yes. For id2 what is the first not null value? This is null, so we want the output yes, because that is a valid value, right? Now in id customer id3, what is the first not null value? That is a no, then we want output no. We have a yes also, but whatever the first not null value, that is the output we want. So how actually we can solve that? So in this case we can use a colis function. So how actually we can use? So I will create a new column name as a with column, and I will give the name as a new you can give any name, and here we are going to apply a colis, and here we will pass the all the column. So I will pass the column device, this one device using 1, comma, call device using 2, comma, col, and the device using 3. So in this 3 column, whatever the first not null value, that actually we want a output. So for that I am using a colis function, and here I am passing all the thing. Now if I'll do dot show, now let's see the output. You can see for customer ID 1, the first not null value is a yes, right? So we are getting output yes. For customer ID 2, what is the first not null value? It is a yes, right? So we are getting a yes. For customer ID 3, what is the first not null value? No. Then we are getting a output no. So like that, actually we had to solve. I hope you got the idea. That's it, and so thanks. Hello everyone. So we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to solve one of the interview question which was asked in one of the company. So let us first understand the question, and then we will try to solve using a PySpark and the Spark SQL. So we are getting a data in the form of the string JSON, and we need to parse it. So that is the first question. After converting, we need to create a separate column from the JSON body. So what actually it is saying is like, we have a data, we are getting a data like this. You can see we have a name and the address, right? And this is in the form of the, it looks like in the form of the JSON, but actually it is in the string format only. What actually we have to do, we have to parse it, and we have to convert into a proper JSON first. That is the first question. And after converting, we have to separate this street column and the city column. So what actually I want output, let me show you. So this is the output I want. So here you can see we have a name column and address column. This is in the string. We have to pass into a proper JSON. So you can see this is the proper JSON, right? So we have passed this string JSON into a proper JSON, and from this JSON body we are trying to separate it out the street and the city column. So that is the requirement. So we have given this name and the address column. This address is a string JSON, and we have to pass into the proper JSON, and after parsing it we have to convert into the separate column like street and the city. So that is the requirement we have, and we have to solve using a SQL and the PySpark. So let's solve it. So let me show you the data. This is the data we have. We have a data, and this is in string format. We have a another data, and we have a schema name and the address. What we have done, we have created one data frame using a spark.create data frame. We are passing a data, and we are passing the schema. To print the schema, I am writing df.print schema, and after that I am displaying the data frame. So you can see we have a name which is in string format, we have an address which is in string format, and what we have to do, we have to convert into a proper JSON formats, this address column. So let us first solve using a SQL, because that will be easy, and then we will come to the PySpark. So what I will do, to use a SQL, I will convert this into a view. So how actually I can convert into a view? Df dot create or replace temp view, create or replace temp view, and the view name I will give sample. Now this will convert into a view, one virtual table. So now I can write any kind of the SQL command. If I will show you, select star from sample, if I will do, I am able to write any SQL query on top of this. So here also you can see we have a name and the address. What we have to do, we have to convert this string JSON body into a proper JSON. So how actually we can convert? So for that, in a SQL we have one of the function that is a from JSON. So that actually we are going to use. So what I will write, select name address. We have one of the function from JSON. In this from JSON we will pass the address, and we have to pass the schema for this street and the city. So that I will write street string and the city also in the string. So what we have to write, from JSON I am using address column, and this we have to convert in, we have to define the schema also. So for the street I'm defining a string schema, and for the city also I'm defining the string schema, and this alias I will give the name as address new. So from JSON I am passing the column address, and also I am defining the schema, and after that I am running the query. So let me run the query. You can see now it got converted into a JSON. You can see here, right? We have a object, we have a street and the city, and here also a street and the city. The proper JSON format it got converted from a string. So that was the first requirement, right? Now second requirement is like we have to separate it out, this street and the city, in a separate column. So what I will use a cte command here with cte as, and what I will write, I will select name, address new, and after that I will use a address new dot street. If I will write, then the street column will come. So what I will write, address new dot street, comma, address new dot city. From the JSON body I am selecting the street dot street, and I am selecting dot city to get the city value. Here you can give the alias as street. Here also you can give the alias as a city, and from city. So what I am writing from this city, right? Whatever we have written, what actually I am doing, from this address new I am actually separating out the street as well as the city. Now if I'll execute this, you can see from this JSON body we are actually separating out the street and the city. So that was the question. So what we have done, from this string column we have converted into the proper JSON, and from this JSON we have separated into the street and the city. So that's how actually we can solve using a SQL. Now let's see how actually we can solve using a PySpark. Now we are going to solve using a PySpark. So in a PySpark, first I will show you the data frame. So if I will write display df, you can see this is the column we have, name and the address in the string we have to convert into the JSON. So first what I will write, from PySpark dot SQL dot function I will import all, import star. Now here also we are going to write the same from JSON function. So I will create a new data frame 1. I'll write df dot, I am going to create a new column with column. I am going to create a new column name as address new, and after that I will use the from JSON. So what I will write, from JSON I will use the col, and this address I will pass. So what actually I am doing, I am creating a new column address new. I am using the from JSON, and here I am passing this address that was available in the string format, right? And I will also pass the schema. So for the schema I will write street string. Similarly what we have done in a SQL, here also we are writing the same, city string. And after that what I will write, I will give the alias dot alias, not require the alias. We are creating a new column address new, and here we are storing the we are converting the string into a JSON. Now if I'll do display df1, now you can see my data frame got converted into whatever the in the string, right, it got converted into a proper JSON. So here we have what we have done, we have created a new column, and with the help of the from JSON we are converting this address into a proper JSON format. we are passing the column and the schema also. So that was the first question, right? Now we have to separate this address, street and the city. That is the second question, how actually we can do that. So for that, what I will write, df1 dot select. I am going to select all the column. I am going to select name column. I am going to select address, comma. I am going to select address new. So I have selected the name column, address new column, and after that I will pass the col address new dot street. So what I am writing, column address new dot street. If I'll do this, it will create a new column with the name as a street. From address new dot street I will get this particular value. So this is the column actually I am creating, and we can give the alias as a street. Similarly, comma, I'll write the same, copy this, address new, I want a second body city, and this I will give the name as a city here. And if I'll do a display here, you can see in the separate column we have a street and the city. So what we have done, from a string JSON body we have converted into a proper JSON, and we have separated it out the street and the city column from there. So I hope you got the idea. Try to do a practice. Once you will do a practice, you will get better idea. Try to first solve using a SQL, and then PySpark. That will be easy. Hello everyone, so we are going to continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to solve one of the question which is generally asked in interview. The question is the find out the cumulative sales or running total sales. Both are same, either they can ask like to find out the cumulative sales, or they can say like find out the running total. So this is one of the common question which is generally asked in interview. So they will tell you to solve using a PySpark or the Spark SQL. And the second question is like find out the previous sales, and the third question is the find out the next sales. Let us try to understand the question. So suppose they have given a question like this. So they will give a date and the sales, or they can give anything. So suppose I have a date and I have a sales column. In this sales you can see 1st of January 20,000 sales is there, 2nd of January 10,000 sales is there, 3rd of January 15,000 sales is there. Now when I am trying to find out the running total or cumulative sales, what I had to do, I had to do a sum. So on till 1st of January I am having a 20,000 sales, right? So 20,000 should be output. In 2nd of January I should do plus of 20,000 plus 10,000, means till 2nd of January 30,000 sales I have. And after that 3rd January what I have to do, 20,000 plus 10,000 plus 15,000, and whatever the output I will get I should write into the cumulative sales. So that is how actually the cumulative sales work. Let me show you. So in this case you can see I have find out the cumulative sales. So till 1st of January 20,000 sales is there. Till 2nd of January 20,000 plus 10,000, that is 30,000, right? So I am getting output 30,000. Till 3rd of January I am having a sales 20,000 plus 10,000 plus 150,000, means 180k. Then till 4th of January 20,000 plus 10,000 plus 15,000 plus 100k. This is the output. So like that we have to do a sum in the case of the cumulative salary or running total. So that is the first question. In the second question we had to find out the previous salary. So what is the previous salary of this 20,000? We don't have any previous salary, right? So it will be null. What is the previous salary of this 10,000? It is a 20,000, right? So I am getting output 20,000. What is the previous salary of this 150k? That is a 10,000, right? So I should get output at 10,000. What is the previous salary of this 100k? That is a 150k, right? So I should get output of 150k. So like that we have to find out the previous salary. And the next question is like to find out the next salary. So in this case what is the next salary? I have 10,000, right? So here I should get output as a 10,000. For 10,000 150k is the next salary, so I should get output as a 150k. So this is the question which we have to solve using a PySpark or the Spark SQL. So let us see how actually we can solve it. So let us first understand the data. So I have a data like this. So data, I have a date column as well as the sales column, and this is the data. What actually I have done, I have created a data frame. df equal to the spark.create data frame. I am passing a data and the column, and when I am doing a display df, this is the date, this is the sales. I have to find out the cumulative sales, and I have to find out the previous sales and the next sales. Let us try to solve using a SQL first and then the PySpark. In a SQL it will be more easy. So what I will do, I will first convert this into a one table, one virtual table or view. So this is the view I am creating, create or replace temp view. Now I can write any kind of the SQL command here. If I write select star from sales, I should be able to view the table. It should be sample, select star from the sample. You can see I am able to read that. Now let us try to find out the cumulative sales. So how actually we can find out the cumulative sales? So what we have to write, select star means it will select all the column, comma, sum of the sales. Sum of the sales. I will use a Windows function over, and I will use order by salary, or I will use order by date, ascending order, and I will use the name as a cumulative sales. So what I am doing a sum of sales, and order by date I am doing. So based on the date it will do a sum of the sales. Now let me try to execute and let me show you the output. So you can see in this case I am getting a cumulative sales. So for the 1st of January I am having a total sales 20,000. Till 2nd of January I am having a total sales 20,000 plus 10,000, that is a 30,000, so I am getting output. Till 3rd of January I am having sell 20,000 plus 10,000 plus 150, that is a 180k. So I am getting the cumulative sales. So this is how actually we can find out the cumulative sales. Cumulative sales. Now if you had to find out the previous salary, so how actually we can find out? So I will use a comma here. I will use a lag function, lag, and I will use based on the sales we want to do, right? So lag sales over order by date, ascending, I will use as previous salary. So if you will use a lag, that means it will find out the previous salary. Let me execute this. So you can see what is the previous salary of this 20,000? Nothing, right? So I am getting null. What is the previous salary of this 10,000? That is a 20,000, right? So I am getting output 20,000. What is the previous salary of this 150k? 10,000. So I am getting output 10k. So like that, with the help of the lag function, I can find out the previous salary. Now to find out the next salary, how actually we can do? We have to write the same. What I will write? I will use a lead function. Lead means next salary. So I will use lead sales over order by sales, order by date, ascending. I'll use the name as a next salary. Now let me execute. You can see next salary I am getting. So what is the next salary of this 20,000? 10,000, right? So I am getting output 10,000. What is the next salary of this 10,000? 150k, right? So I am getting 150k. So like this we can find out the cumulative sales, previous sales, and the next sales. So this is how actually we can solve using a Spark SQL. Now let us try to solve using a PySpark. How actually we can create that. So first I will show you my data frame. So this is the data frame I have. First what we have to do, we have to import few library from PySpark .sql. We have to import window function we have to import, and also we will import from PySpark .sql function. We will import all, import star. So I am importing few library from PySpark.sql import window, from PySpark.sql.function import star. So what I will write, I will create one variable window, small window, and I am going to use this particular window which we have imported. So window dot order by, I will use order by. We want to do order based on the date, right? So I will use a date, and after that df dot with column, we are going to create a new column, right? So df dot with column, the column name is cumulative sales, so I will give the name as a cumulative sales, and here I will use a sum of call function. I will use sum of call of sales. I am doing a sum of this sales column and dot over, and this window, actually whatever I have created, this I will pass over window. So what I am doing, sum of the sales I am doing, over function I am using, and I am passing this window dot over order by dates, similar to the SQL only, right? So here also we are using a sum function and the over clause. With the help of that we are trying to find out. And if I'll do dot show, let's see we are getting the output or not. So we have done one mistake, this sum, after that call of sales we are doing, right? We have to close this sum of call of sales dot over a window dot show. If I'll execute now, you can see it is working. You can see we are getting a cumulative sales. So till 1st of January 20,000, till 2nd of January 20,000 plus 10,000 30,000, till 3rd of January we have to do sum of these three and we are getting this output. So this is how actually it is working. So what I will do, I will create a new data frame and I will store this. Now to find out the previous salary, what we have to do, I'll df1, I'll create a with column, a new column I am going to create, and this will be the previous cell, and instead of the sum of the salary, what we will use a lag function, and we will use a sales column dot over window, and after that dot show, if I'll do, I should get the output of the previous salary. You can see this is the previous salary output I am getting. So if you will use a lead, then the next salary you will get. So like that actually we can solve using a Spark SQL and the PySpark. Both are same, only we are going to use a Windows function here, and based on that we are finding out the cumulative sales and the previous sales and all. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this. So thanks.
Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to solve one of the interview question which was asked in one of the company. So the question is like find out the missing number, and we have to solve using a PySpark or Spark SQL, wherever you are comfortable. So the question was like find out the missing number. So they have given a data like this. So you can see we have a ID column, and in this ID column you can see we have a data 1 2 5 7 8 and 10. So in this ID you can see 3 4 is missing, right, and 6 is missing, and the 9 is missing. So whatever the number which is missing from the starting ID to the end of ID, we have to find out all those number. So in this case you can see the 3 is missing here, 4 is missing here, 6 is missing here, and the 9 is missing here. So our output we should get a 3 4 6 9. That should be output we should get. Means this is the output we want. This is the output we should get. So we have to find out the missing number from this particular data frame. That is the question, and that we have to solve using a PySpark. So now let's solve. So they have given a data like this. So they have given a data and they have given a column, and we only have to create this data frame. So let us see how actually we can create. So to create a data frame, what actually we can write is spark dot create and the data frame, and we can pass data as well as the column, and after that we will do df dot show. We should be able to read that. So they have given a data and they told like to create a data frame. So I have created a data frame. Now in this data frame you can see 1 2 5 7 8 10 is there, and we have to find out the missing number. So how actually we can do that?
So what actually I will do, my approach is like, first I will create one new data frame there from a 1 from the starting point to the end point. I will try to create one range, and from that range I will try to subtract this data frame. So what I am saying, I will create one data frame and there I will be having a number like 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and the 10. So I will create one data frame, and there in that data frame I will be having value like 1 to 10, all the value. Now with this data frame, if I subtract this particular data frame, then I will get the missing number. So that is the approach which I am going to follow. So let us see first how actually we can generate this number, this 1 to 10. So that actually we will do first. So how actually we can generate a number. So what I will do, I will create one list new, you can give any name, and we have one range function in a Python. Also we have a range function. So what is the starting point? So I want to start from 1 and I want to generate number till 10, right? So I had to give 11, means 1 plus we had to give, and the increment value I want 1, like I want 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, like only one step, right? So this is the step, and 1 is representing the starting point and is representing the and plus 1. So this is the list new we have created. Now what I will do, I will create one new data frame. I will pass the df new. This is the new data frame I will create, and I will give spark dot create data frame, and I will pass this list new here, whatever the range value, and I will give the type as a integer type. So this is what I will give, but this integer type we have to import because we are creating a data frame, right? With the integer type schema. So we have to import that. So how actually we can import from PySpark dot SQL dot types import integer type. You can see integer type, and this is what we are doing. Now if I'll show you df new dot show, let's see where we are getting a number or not. So you can see we have created a new data frame df new, and we have generated all the number from 1 to 10, whatever the starting point to the end point. Now how actually we have done this? So from PySpark.SQL type we have imported one integer type schema. What we are doing, we are using a range function available in a PySpark, and what is the starting point to the end point, and what is the incremental value that we have to pass, and with that we are creating a data frame. Spark.create data frame, we are passing this list new, and also we are defining as an integer type. You can see this is got created as an integer value, right? So and after that we are doing df new dot so, then new data frame got created. Now we have to subtract it so that we will get the missing value. So how to find out the missing value? So what we will do, with this new data frame whatever we have created, dot subtract, and if we'll do df is our original data frame, df new is the new one, this one, and if I'll do a display now, let's see what is the output we are getting. You can see we are getting output 3469. That was the missing one, right? So from our original data frame, 3 was missing, 4 was missing, 6 was missing, and the 9 was missing, right? So with this we are getting those output. So like that actually we can solve the missing number. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice it. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to cover few scenario based question which is generally asked in interview. So our first question is like, group multiple rows into a single. For taking example, suppose they have given a data like this. So we have a customer ID, customer name, and the purchase. So if you can see, customer ID Manish, he has purchased the mobile, and customer ID 1, which is Manish, he purchased the washing machine again. So in a multiple rows, whatever the purchase is coming, in that case we are getting a data. You can see customer ID 2 Rahul, he purchased the car. Customer ID 2 Rahul, he purchased the mobile. customer ID 2 Rahul, he purchased the scooty also. Like in a multiple rows we are getting a data. So what actually we want output like this, like customer ID 1 and the customer name is Manish, and what are the things actually he purchased. So in the form of the array only we want a data like washing machine and mobile. You can see customer ID 2 Rahul, he purchased the scooty, mobile and the car. So like that the output actually we want. So with the help of PySpark we had to solve this. So that is the first question. So based on the multiple row we have to convert into the single row, and we have to do a grouping. So that is the first question. And the second question we are going to see, we have to combine many lists. Suppose you have given a two lists, list 1 and the list 2. Based on this list 1 and list 2 you have to first combine and you have to create a data frame. So you can see in a column 1 we are getting a value A, B, C, D, and in the column 2 you can see we are getting a data 1, 2, 3, 4. So this should represent the first column and this should represent the second column. So this is the second question. We have to combine a multiple list, so that we have to solve using a PySpark. So now let's solve it. So we have given a data, we have given a schema, we have created a data frame by using a spark.create data frame. We have passed the data and the schema, and we are doing a df.so. This is the data what we have. Now let us try to solve this question. We have to convert this multiple rows into a single row. So let me first show you with the help of the SQL how actually we can solve. So what I will do, I will convert this into a virtual table. So df.create or replace temp view, and I will convert into a one virtual table. I created one virtual table. Let me execute. Now I can write any kind of the SQL code. So if I show you %SQL, if I write and select star from sample, if I do, I should be able to read that. You can see I am able to write any kind of the SQL code. Now we want to group this all the purchase, right? So for that, what actually I will use? First I will use a customer ID. I want customer ID detail. I want customer name details. And after that we will use a collect set. Collect set is the function available in a SQL. So that actually we are going to use. And alias I will give as a purchase new from the sample. And also we have to group, because based on the grouping only we want to convert into the array, right? So customer ID and the customer name, these two I want to group. So I write group by 1 and 2, 1 representing the customer ID, 2 representing the customer name. Now let me execute. Now you can see it got converted into the array. You can see customer ID Manish, he purchased the whatever the item he has purchased is coming in the array. Customer ID 2, he purchased the scooty, mobile and card, so it's coming in the array. Customer ID 3 is purchased only the scooty, so it's coming in array. So that is the what actually the output we wanted, and that actually we achieve. Now let's see how actually we can solve using a PySpark. So in a PySpark, how actually you can write a code, df.groupBy. We want to group based on the customer ID, right? So I will write customer ID, and also we want to group based on the customer name. So I'll write customer name. So we are grouping df.group by customer ID and the customer name, and after that we will use aggregate function dot ag, and here we will use a collect set. Collect set here we want to use a purchase, and after that dot show. So we have to import this collect set, right? So what I will write, from PySpark dot SQL dot functions import star. Now if I will execute this, so what we have done, we have group based on the customer ID and customer name. We are using a collect set function based on the purchase, and finally we are getting a output customer ID, customer name, and in the collect set you can see whatever the item he has purchased, this all the things are coming. So that's how actually we have to solve. Now let's solve the second question. In the second question we have to combine a multiple list, and we have to convert this into a data frame. Means the list 1 ABCD, this should represent the column 1, and list 2 represent the column 2. So what actually we'll use, first I will, with the help of the RDD, I will try to combine. So what I will use, spark dot context and here I will use dot parallelize, and here I will use a list, and I will try to combine this list 1 and list 2. So I will use a list 1 and the list 2. So I am zipping in and I am converting into the list, so that this will represent, this will convert this into a A1, B2, C3, D4 like this. And I am using a parallelize. I am converting into the RDD. Now let's try to convert into the data frame. So how actually we can convert into the data frame? RDD dot to df, and we have to pass the column name. So I want a column 1 and I want a column 2. Now if I will do df dot show, so spelling mistake, it should be 1L only. So you can see it got converted into the column 1 representing the ABCD and the column 2 representing the 1, 2, 3, 4. So like that we have to solve. So try to do a practice. Once you will do practice, you will get more idea. Yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you got idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to do one end-to-end Databricks PySpark project. So this is a retail sales project. We have one of the business requirements. So first we will try to understand the requirement. Then we will think about the solutioning part, and then we will move for the practical parts. So at the end of this video, we will try to create this particular notebook. In this notebook, we have written all the query, and also we will see like how actually you can create a visualization in a Databricks itself. Everything we are going to see, and also few automation part also we will see. Like you can see in the drop down, we have mentioned the weekly and the monthly, right? So if I select the weekly, then the weekly data is coming and the query will run for the weekly. If I select monthly, then the monthly date will come and it will run for the monthly time period. So everything we are going to see in this particular video. In real time also, generally you will get a requirement like this only. So you will be having a product manager and the stakeholders. So based on the business needs, what actually they will do, they will try to write down the requirement, all the requirement in a one page, and they will try to send it to the data team. When I'm saying a data team, it can be a data analyst team, it can be a data engineer team, or it can be a data science team. So whatever the requirement they have, they will try to give it to the data team. What data team will do, they will try to understand the requirement first, and then after that they will try to check in the data. They will try to analyze the data set, whether all the data they have to fulfill this requirement or not. So they will try to understand the data, and then finally they will move for the development and the production part. So this is how actually we work in a real time. Here also we are going to follow in the same way. So we will try to understand the requirement, and then we will try to understand the data set, and then only we will move for the production development part. So let us start with the business requirement. We have a superstore sample retail data, and our stakeholder wants to track the below business metric. Suppose one of the stakeholders, they have given you this kind of the requirements. Let's understand that. So they wanted to track like how many total number of customer we have, how many total number of orders we have, total number of sales as of now, what is the total number of profit, what is the total sales based on the country, most profitable region and country, top sales category product, top 10 sales subcategory product, most order quantity product, top customer based on the sales. So these are the requirement actually they want to know. So they also want to know like dashboard and notebook should be refreshed based on the weekly and monthly basis. What does it mean? When I am saying a monthly and a weekly basis means if anyone is selecting a monthly, then the last month what is the total number of customer, what is the total number of order, what is the total number of sales, that information I should get. When I am selecting a weekly, then on last week how many total number of customer, total number of order, total number of sales happened, that actually they want to know. So we had to create this all the kind of the metrics in a Databricks notebooks. So that is the requirement we have. Now another question is like why this kind of the requirements. So suppose you are working in a company, you are selling a product. Now you want to track right your business, like how many total number of sales is happening, on which particular region my sales is happening more, so that I can track the requirement, I can track the demand, and I can supply there more. So to track the business, this kind of the requirement is necessary. So that's why the product manager and stakeholder, they give this kind of the requirement, and based on that they actually try to take a decision. So let's try to do a practical. So what we will do, we will open our Databricks notebook. Before that, let me show you the data set. So this is the data set I have all the order related information here. I have all the customer related information, city, state, product related information, category, subcategory, sales, quantity, discount, profit. So as of now, every information available into this data set. If you will see, this is a structured data set as of now, but generally in a real time you will see you will be having a multiple file where sales related information will be available in another file, customer related information will be another file. So you may have to do a joining. After doing a joining, you will finally you will be having this particular data set. On top of this, you have to build the requirement. So this is the data set we have. Now what actually we'll do, we'll open our Databricks community edition. The first thing, we'll go to the compute. We will try to create a compute. So click on the create compute, and here you can give any cluster name. Once you will do that, you have to click on the create compute. I have already created one cluster project, so that I will use. After that, I will go to the workspace. I'll try to create a notebook. So I'll click on the create notebook. In this notebook, I will give PySpark sales final project. You can give any name, and here only we are going to write all the kind of the requirement. Now my data set is available in a CSV format. So what I will do, I will first try to load this. So what we will do, I will go to the catalog, click on the create table. I'll try to load the particular file. So this is the superstore file, so I will try to load that. In real time, you will already be having a table, or you will already be having a details about the location where file is located. So based on that, you have to create a data frame and the table. So this is the location where my file is available, I got to know. So what I will do, I will just copy this. Based on this location, first we will try to create a data frame. So how actually we can create a data frame? You have to write df spark dot read dot csv, because this is a csv file, so we are writing spark dot read dot csv. We will pass the location. We will make the header equal to true, and after that we will also make the infer schema true. And after that, if I'll do display df, I should be able to view my data frame. So I am able to read my data frame. I am able to read my data. Now what actually we'll do, we'll try to develop a matrix one by one. So what is the first matrix? First matrix is telling about like how many total number of customer we have, what is the total number of orders we have. This we have to calculate. Now here if you will see, we have a customer ID. So if I'll find out the count of distinct customer ID, I will get the total number of customer. If I'll find out count of distinct order ID, I will get the total number of order, right? So we have a data frame. Either you can use a PySpark, like you can use a distinct function, and the second way is like you try to convert this data frame into a one temporary view, so that you can write a SQL code also. So what I will do, this data frame, right, with the help of the create or replace temp view, I will try to create one virtual table. So table name is sample. So this is the virtual table I am creating. Whatever the data frame, I am converting into the one virtual table, one temporary view. Now what will be the advantage? With the help of this, I can write any kind of the SQL code. So if I write select star from sample, I will be able to view my data. So this data frame I have converted into one virtual table. So on a temporary basis, this table is available. Now I can write all the kind of the requirement on top of this virtual table. So suppose you have to find out what is the total number of customer, right? So how actually you can write total number of customer. So if I'll do select count of distinct customer ID, count of distinct customer ID, if I'll do count of distinct customer ID from the sample table, I should be able to get what is the total number of customer. You can see 793 total number of customer we have. Now if you will see in the requirement, they have also mentioned the dashboard notebook should be refreshed based on the weekly and monthly basis. So they also want to know on that particular month, on that particular week, how many total number of customer has done the order. So if you will see in the data, we have a one order date. So based on the order date, what we have to find out on that particular month, how many total number of customer had done the order. So how actually you can find out? So what I will write, select star from sample table where order date between last month. If I have to find out, so I will write last month data 0601 start date and the end date 0630. If I'll do this, I should be able to get the what is the total number of customers who has done the order on the last month and last week. And for the last week, what I have to do, I have to mention the last week data. But this is a manual task, right? Manually we are writing this date and then only I am getting the output. This we have to do a automation. So if anyone will select a weekly, then the last week data should come automatically. If anyone is selecting a monthly, then last month data should come automatically. So for that we should have some kind of the automation script so that automatically it will trigger. That's how we will give it to the stakeholders, right? So what I will do, I will create one drop down in this particular notebooks. How actually we can create a drop down? So for that we have to write dbutils dot widgets dot drop down, and we will create one drop down name as a time period. This is the time period I am creating. By default I will pass weekly. By default it will be a weekly selection in the drop down, and I will also make comma in this drop down we will be having a weekly as well as the monthly selection. If I will execute this code, dbutils the widget or drop down, you can see one drop down got created. In this drop down we have a weekly and monthly, and by default weekly is selected. So if anyone is selecting weekly, then last week data it should come. If anyone is selecting monthly, then the last month data it should come. So for that we should write a code. So I have written one code. Let me write this here and let me explain you. So in this code what I am writing, so first I am trying to read this. First I am imported few library, and after that I am writing this. First I should read this time period. So what is time period? Time period is weekly, right? So I should read this. So how actually I can read? So with the help of dbutil the widget.get, whatever the time period will be available here, I am first reading that. So if the time period is weekly, then I am calculating the start date and end date. If time period is monthly, then I am calculating the start date and the end date. And finally I am printing the start date and end date. If I will execute and if I will show you, this is the weekly, right? Now if I will execute this, you can see it is showing me the last week data. What is the last week data? Last week is starting from the 14 and last week is ending from the 20. So last week is start date and the last week end date I am getting. If I will select the monthly here, and if I will show you here, what was the last month? Last month start date is the 1st of June, last month end date is 30. So it is showing me the last month start date and last month end date. So like this, if it will be a next month, so if the current date is suppose August, then what it will show? It will show the July 1st week data and the end date will be the 31st July. So like that actually I have written one code to find out the start date and end date. Last month start date, last month end date, I have written this code. Last week start date, last week end date, I have written this code. There are different ways. You can also write your own Python code and to calculate the start date and end date. So I have written this. Now where actually I will use? So in this query I was writing the manually, right? This thing I have to do automation. So what actually I can write? I will write a Python code now. So in a Python, if you had to write the SQL code, so what actually you can write? You can write spark.sql, and after that in a triple quote f and triple quote, if you write triple quote in the end also, what actually you can do? You can pass that parameter. Here we will pass the parameter start date, and here we will pass the parameter end date. So what actually I am writing? The first way is like directly %SQL and you can write the SQL code. The second way is like in a Python itself, you have to write spark.sql. After that triple quote, and you can write any kind of the SQL code here. I am passing the parameter start date and end date also here. Now if I will do a display, if I'll do, I should be able to get, because we have selected the monthly, right? So on last month, how many total number of customers has done the order? I am getting 118 customer. If I select the weekly here, and if I will execute this query, so I will get the result on last week how many customer has done the order. So this is the output I am getting. So what we have done, we have created one parameter start date and end date. So if anyone is selecting a monthly here, then the last month start date and end date we are getting. If anyone is selecting weekly, then the last week start date and end date I am getting. And this is what actually I am using into my query. So if any stakeholder will select start date and end date, and if they will click on the run all, then I will directly automatically get the output for the last week and the last month. So that is the output we wanted. That's why we have written this code. So with the help of this, we are finding out the total customer has done the order last week or month based on the drop down selection. So this is the automated script I have written this. Now what is our next requirement? Next requirement is like, we have to find out total number of order, total number of sales, total number of profit. To calculate the total number of order, in the data set if you will see, we have a order ID column. So with the help of order ID, I will get what is the count of distinct order ID. If I will do, I will get the what is the total number of order we have. So in the same code, if I will write count of distinct order ID, I will copy this. To find out the total number of order, I am writing select count of distinct order ID. From this table, I will get the total number of order we have 5009. Now if you have to calculate on that particular week or month how many total number of order has been happened, so what I will write? I will write the same code like this. I will write select count of distinct order ID from table where order date between the start date and end date. If I will do that, it is a weekly, right? So on last week 18 order has been done. If I will select the monthly, on last month, I will execute this, 133 order has been done. So this is what actually we are getting a order. Now coming to the next, we have to find out the total number of sales and total number of profit. So let's try to do it together. To find out the total number of sales and total number of profit, in this data set we have one of the column sales as well as the profit. So if I find out the select sum of the sales, sum of the profit, I will get it, right? So I will write a code for that. Total sales and profit. So what I will write, select sum of sales and the sum of profit from this table. So with this query I will get the what is the total number of sales. So this is the total number of sales we have, and this is the total number of profit we have. So I am able to get that. Now what is our next requirement? Next requirement is top sales by country. So if I have to find out the top sales by country, so what I will write? Select sum of sales and I will try to group based on the country. And I will do group by 2. If I write group by 2 means this is the first, this is the second. Group by 2 means group by country. If I'll do this, you can see we have only one country, that's why it is showing one country, and this is the total sales. So all the sales is coming from the United States only. Now we have to find out most profitable region and country. So if you have to find out the most profitable region and country, so how actually we can find out? So we will write a code. We are grouping country as well as the region. Region also we have one of the column. So I will write group by 2 and 3. If I'll do this, now here you will get from the central region, west region, south region, east region, we have this many cells. Now if I will do order by one descending, so in this case what will happen? Based on the descending order, total sales is coming. So we are getting to know, like from west region most of the sales is happening, then the east region most of the sales is happening, then the central, and then the south. So this is how actually it is happening. After that we have to find out top sales category product. So how actually you can find out the top sales category product? Top sales category product. To find out the top sales category product, what you have to write? Select sum of sales, and if I will do group by category, group by 2, order by 1 descending order, I'll get the most of the sales is coming from a technology, and then furniture, and then the office. And what is our next requirement? Top 10 sales subcategory product. So to find based on the subcategory also we have to find out, but the top 10. So if I write group based on the subcategory, subcategory is one of the column. If I will show you, so we have so many subcategory, but our requirement is to find out top 10 sales subcategory. Top 10 sales subcategory. So what I am doing, sum of sales I am doing, I am grouping based on the subcategory, and I am doing order by 1. So descending order all the sales is coming, but I have to find out only the top 10. So what I will write, limit 10. If I will do limit 10, then only top 10 sales based on the subcategory it is showing, only the top 10. So we have find out the top 10 sales subcategory. Most order quantity product. Most order quantity product. So if you will see in the data set, we have a quantity column and we have a product name. So what we will do, we will do sum of the quantity and we will try to group based on the product name. So we have to find out most order quantity product. So how actually we can write? We will write count of distinct, we will write sum of quantity and we will group based on the product name. If I will show you, this is what I am getting. So we have so many product and most of the most order product is this one. Now let's try to find out another one, the last one, top customer based on the sales and city. So if we have to find out top customer based on the sales and city, what you can do? Top customer means we have a customer name information also, right? So what we will do, if I'll show you, we have a customer name information. Top customer based on their sales we have to find out. So what I will do, this customer based on their order or based on their sales I will try to group. So what I am saying, I will write sum of sales and the customer name if I will do this, you can see this customer has done most of the sales, so he is the top customer. So top customer based on the sales and the city, and based on the city also we have to group. So I will write city, so I will write group by 2 3. Now if I will show you, So this customer has done most of the sales and he's from this city, and like this all the customer details we have. So we have calculated all the metrics. Now if you have to show it to the stakeholders, so what do you have to do? Whatever the unwanted column, right, first you have to remove this. So this is the unwanted, so I will remove this. Now suppose you had to show in the form of the visualization, then what you have to do, you can see this is the query, right? As of now it is showing in the form of table, but you want to convert into the visualization. Click on the plus, click on the visualization, and this tag we will select the visualization type as a bar chart only. And what we will do, this tag first we will make as a disable, and y column it is showing the country, but y column I want a region. So you can see central, east, south and west region. And what actually I want in the data label also I want to see, so click on the show data label. So with this chart I am getting to know like most of the profit is coming from the west region, and then the east region, then south and central. So like this you can convert this in the form of the visualization. So if I click on the save, you can see this got converted in the form of the visualization. Now suppose we have another, right, this top sales category products, this we want to convert. So click on the plus, visualization. I want to create a pie chart here, so I'll select the pie chart. So you can see based on the category sum of sales it is coming. You can see 36% is coming from the technology, then it is coming from furniture and then sales. So like that we are getting a information. Click on the save. This got converted into the visualization. Now after that, top 10 sales subcategory. So I will click on the plus, click on the visualization. Bar chart is also fine. So with this I will be able to get the all the details. If I'll do a show data label, I will get that. Now one bar chart we have created. You can explore the other option also here. I'll click on the save. So like this actually we can create a visualization also. So try to explore the visualization part, like the multiple charts we can create based on our query. So try to explore that. Yeah, and this is a simple project. As we move further, we will try to increase the complexity for the PySpark code also. As of now in the requirement, if you will see all the query, right, this was simple because this is a first project, but as we move further, we'll try to improve the complexity also. Yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you like it. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to do one end-to-end Databricks project. The project name is Adidas Sales Data Analysis Project. We are going to solve using a PySpark and the Spark SQL. End of this video we will see like how actually we can create this dashboard in a Databricks Adidas Sales Data Analysis Project. We are showing all the metrics, we are showing the trend, we are showing the bar graph, we are showing the pie chart, everything we are showing. So how actually we can create this dashboard, that also we will learn. So we have given a requirement. So first thing, like we will try to understand the requirement. We'll try to understand the business metric requirement. We'll try to understand the data set, and then finally we move for the practical part. So how actually we work in a real time? In a real time also we get a requirement from our PM, project manager or stakeholders. They give one pager. In this one pager they try to put down all the kind of the requirement which they are looking. So for taking example here, you can see this all the requirement, right? So in the similar way they also try to put down all the kind of requirement in a one page, and after that they give it to the data team. What data team will do, they will first try to understand the requirement. After that they will check the data set, and in that data set they will check whether all the data is available to fulfill this matrix or not, whether to solve this all the kind of the to derive this all the kind of the metrics, whether all the data is available in a data set or not. So like that actually the whole process work in a real time. Here also we are going to follow the same way. First we will understand the requirement. So let's take example, suppose this is the requirement you have got from your PM or stakeholders. So first we will understand the requirement, we will try to understand the metrics, we will try to see the data set, and after that we will move for the practical part. So let's start. So the project name is Adidas Sales Data Analysis Project. The objective of this project is to analyze the data set for the year 2020 and 2021 and identify key insight to help improve sales performance and optimize business strategy. So what actually they are saying, like they have given a data for the 2020 and 2021. We have to do an analysis, we have to find out the few metrics and based on the data, so that actually we can use for the sales performance and for the optimize the business strategy. That will be helpful. So whatever the insight we will get, we will create from this particular data, that business will use to improve their performance. So we have to use a Databricks notebooks to provide an interactive and the insightful dashboard. So that is the second requirement. So now let's understand what are the metrics they are looking for. So they are looking for total sales, total profit, average price per unit, total units sold, total sales by month, total sales by state, total sales by region, total sales by product, total sales by retailer, units sold by product category and gender type, top performing cities by profit. So these are the metrics actually they are looking for, which we have to build in the Databricks notebooks. If I show you the data, so let me show you the data. So this is the data we have. We have given a retailer ID, date information, region, state, city information, total sales, profit. These are the information we have given. We have to do analysis and we have to build the metrics. So let me open my Databricks accounts. So this is the notebook I have created. I have noted down all the metrics requirements and everything. I have created one cluster. So if you click on this project, click on the create new resource and you can create a one cluster. So you can give any name. I have given the name as a project. So that cluster creation is the first thing, and after that we have to upload the data. How to upload the data? So I'll go to the catalog option, click on the create table, we'll upload. So this is the data we have, so CSV data. Just open it. So this is the location where we have uploaded the data. So I'll just copy this location. I'll go back to my notebook. So this is the location where our data is available. So what we will do, first we will create a data frame, and on that data frame we will do an analysis. So how to create a data frame? So first df you have to write spark dot read dot csv, and we will pass the location, and we will make header equal to the true, and also we will make infer schema equal to true. Here I am using a infer schema true, but mostly in industry we try to define a schema for the table. So if you will do infer schema, as of now it's fine. And after that, if I show you df.show, I should be able to view that. So you can see I am able to read my data frame with all the columns and all. Now what we will do with this data frame, let's convert into a table. How actually we can convert into a table or view? So what I will do, df dot create or replace temp view. I am going to create one virtual table, sales analysis. This is what one view I am creating, temporary view. So if I'll execute, now after that I can write any kind of the SQL command. So if I'll use %SQL, and if I'll do select star from sales analysis, select star from sales analysis, I should be able to run any SQL query here. So we are going to use a Spark SQL here, and we are going to do analysis one by one. So you can see I am able to read all the data what we have. Now let's try to build a matrix. So what is the first matrix? First matrix is to find out the total sales, total profit, average price per unit, and the total units sold. So this is the first requirement, to find out the total sales, total profit, average price per unit, and the total units sold. So let's try to derive one by one. So how actually we can find out the total sales? So if I write any SQL query, select star from this temporary view, which is telling me the total sales. So you can see total sales one column is given. So if I'll copy this, and if I will do sum of total sales, then I will get one error. You can see this column is in space form. So if you will run this, let me try to run, you will get one error, because this is the column name should not be in a space, right? But in our data set you can see it is in space. But if you want to read, how actually you can do, you have to select this and you have to use this you can see this particular symbol actually I am using. So before one, in a keyboard before one you will see this particular symbol that actually we are going to use. Don't use total sales like this. This is a different symbol and this is the different symbol. So to read that we have to use this one. Okay, now if I'll execute, select sum of the total sales, you can see it is working. So we will give the alias as a total sales, and also we will find out the sum of total profit. So what is the profit? Operating profit. So here also we are going to use the same symbol, operating and the profit, and this we will give as a total profit, and also we will find out the sum of average price per unit. So you can see we have to find out the average price per unit. So here I am going to use average, and here I will use the same symbol, and we have to write price per unit, and I can give alias as average price per unit, and after that we have to find out the total units sold. So for units sold also we have a unit sold column, so I will use sum of unit sold. Now if I will execute, alias I will guess total unit sold. Now if I will execute this, it's a units, so that's why I am getting error, units sold. So you can see this is the first requirement is clear. So we have a total sales this much, this is the total profit we have, this is the average price per unit 45, this is the total unit sold 242. So if you want to create any visualization, so what you have to do, click on this plus, click on the visualization, and from here you can select any kind of the visualization. So for this I am going to create table only, so I'll click on this table, and this is the one table got created, right? So I will use that, click on the save. If you want to do some grid or something, that also you can optimize from here. So I created this table here. Now let's try to solve another question, total sales by month. So we have to find out the total sales by month. How actually we can find out the total sales per month? So we are going to use the same table. So what actually we are going to use? We are going to use the same table, select sum of total sales from this table. So this will tell me that what is the total sales, but we have to find out by month also. So we have to find out by month. So how actually we can find out the by month? So for that we should have one date column, right? So let me check in the data. You can see in the data we have a invoice date. So this particular date column actually we will use. I'll just copy this. I will use this invoice date. This also in a space, right? So for that we will use this particular symbol. Now after that we'll do a group by 2, but this invoice date is not in month form, right? So how actually we can convert into a month? So I will use a month, and after that let me execute. So you can see based on each month actually I am getting the data. So on the first of month what was the total sales, from the second month what was the total sales. So from this invoice date we have converted into a month. So this is giving me the month number, but I want to get into the month name. So how actually I can use? So instead of month what I will use? I will use a date format, and I will use comma, and I will use. Now if I'll execute this, you can see it got converted into the proper month. So here I am using a date format in MMM. So I am getting a Jan, Feb, March and all. If I will use one more M here, you can see it got converted into the proper like January, February, March and all. So now we are getting, so if you want to convert into the visualization, click on the visualization. So you can see this is the bar chart. I want to create a line chart, so I'll click on the line chart, and this is the number. If you want to see the number, go to the data label, click on the show data label, and you can see this is what we have. Click on the save. Now you can see this is the trend we are getting. Now we have to find out the total sales by state. For the total sales by state, so we are going to use the same SQL query, and we will group based on the sum of the total sales, and we are going to group based on the state column. So we should have a state column, and if I'll do group by 2, you can see total sales by state we are getting. Now if you had to find out the top state, top 5 state only, then what we will do, order by 1 descending. So based on their total sales, I am doing ordering based on the descending order, and I will use a limit 5. So only the 5 state only it will show based on their total sales. So you can see these are the top state. So we'll convert into the visualization. Click on the visualization, and this is the what we have. And if you want to see the number, data label you can convert, and if you want to change the color from here also, you can change that. So I am going with this only. So this one I will remove. Now it will show me the proper. You can see this is the highest sales states we have. Next we have to find out the total sales by region. So I am using a sum of the total sales, and I am grouping based on the region. So I am getting to find out total sales by region. So let me convert into the visualization. Click on the visualization. We are going to create a pie chart, so I'll select that, and you can see based on the each region I am getting the number. Click on the data label, so data label, and if I'll save it, so you can see 44.1% is coming from the Midwest, and then the 32.7 is coming from the Northeast. Now what is the next requirement? Next requirement is like total sales by product. So sum of the total sales, we should have one product name. You can see one product column is there, so that actually we will use, and we will use only the top sales product. What are the top sales products? So I will use order by 1, order based on the total sales, and a limit 5. Now if I'll show you, these are the top sales product. Now if I'll convert into the view, click on the visualization, and if I'll remove this, click on the save. These are the top sales product. Total sales by retailer. So we will use a retailer here, and these are the top retailers based on their sales. Click on the visualization. Let me create another visualization. Suppose you want to create this funnel, retailer, total sales. So you can see I have created this. Click on the save. Unit sold by product category and gender type. So we have a unit sold, so I will use the sum of the total units sold, and we are going to group based on this particular sales method. So I'll use the sales method here. Sales method, one column is there, so this actually I am going to do, I'll try to do group by 2. Now if I'll execute, you can see these are the sales method from where the total unit sold is happening. Now if I'll convert into the visualization, click on the visualization. I'll use the pi one only. So this will give me the proper view. Now after that we have a top performing cities by profit. Here we have one profit column, right? So that actually we are going to use. So I am going to use total profit and I will group based on the city. And what I will do, I will use order by one descending limit 5. I'll execute. These are the top performing cities. I'll convert into the visualization. Click here and you can convert into the view. Color I will convert into the green. Click on the save. So now we have calculated all the metrics. Now what we will do, we will try to create one dashboard. How actually we can create a dashboard? So click on the file, click on the new notebook dashboard, and here we can create a dashboard. So sales dashboard I will give the name. So whatever the requirement we will give here, and this thing actually I will remove. Whatever the necessary things will be there, that only I will include here. So you can see this is the first matrix which is giving information about the total sales, total profit, average price unit and all. So that I will take. Total sales by month. So you can see this is coming in the tabular. We also have this the same information in the visualization. So I will use the visualization layer only. So I will remove this total sales by month. This also I will remove. This one also I will remove. And this is a one graph. Total sales by month. So if you want to give heading, what you have to do, click on the here show title and you can give total sales by month. So run button, so that if they want to run a query, it will be refresh. Here also I will make the show run button so that they can refresh it. And this is which one, total sales by product also we have. So if you want to go here, if you want to find out what is this, so if you click in here, this is the total sales by state. So click on the setting and total sales by state, run button. So let me customize everything and finally we'll see the dashboard. So now you can see, so this is the Adidas sales data analysis project and these are the business metric which is available in this particular dashboard. You can see we are finding out the total sales, what is the total profit, average price per unit, total units sold. These are the metrics we are showing, and after that we are showing the total sales by month, like January, February, what is the total number of sales. There actually trend we are showing. After that we are showing like top total sales by state, what are the top state where the sales is happening more, what are the top region where the sales is happening more. You can see 44% is coming from the Midwest. So that kind of the information we are getting. What is the total sales by product? You can see these are the top sales product, and what is the total sales by retailer. So this you can see these are the top retailer we have. What is the total units sold? These are the total units sold. You can see 38% are from the online, outlet is 33, and 27.8% from the in-store. Top performing cities by profit, these are the top performing cities we have. So like that actually we can create a dashboard. So I hope you like this video. Do practice, and yeah, that's it.